The committee will reconvene. And we're going to start with H.R. 5035. Oh, Stella. Okay. We're going to start with Stella. The chair calls up H.R. 5035, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5035, a bill to amend the Communications
Without
Act of
objection, the first reading of the
1934.
bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'd like to be recognized.
Gentleman is recognized.
I
Strike
have
the
an
last
amendment
word.
at the desk.
Oh, for amendments. We're going right to amendments. Okay. Proceed.
It's a manager's amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5035, offered by Mr. Walden of Oregon.
Okay.
Page 2,
Without
strike.
objection, the reading of the Walden Amendment will be dispensed with, and the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to state at the outset my appreciation to you and to Subcommittee Chairman Doyle for working with us on this issue. While obviously I would have preferred a more open process with these various provisions having been heard before the subcommittee and full committee on their own, I think we did end up at a fairly good point. And again, while I'm not convinced Stella should be reauthorized, and I'm not sure it's actually going to be, given the work in the Judiciary Committee, everybody's going to have to give a little bit and live with something that probably isn't to their full liking, and that includes me. By making the good faith provisions permanent, we're providing strong protections for consumers while making clear the days of using Stella or Stellar as a means to enact targeted reforms to the media marketplace are over. As with every other issue before this committee, we can and we should examine media modernization legislation through regular order, not over the weekend and in the midnight hours on the dark night. Additionally, we found a path forward on the true fees provisions, Mr. Chairman. While I'm not typically a fan of regulating an industry so prospectively on how they provide video services, there are sensible things that Republicans agree make sense when it comes to consumers. Consumers should know when they purchase a service how much they're going to pay. Consumers should have the right to receive a formal copy of the terms and conditions when they sign a contract for video programming services. And if consumers choose to receive their bills in electronic format, it should be the same as the paper format. It is astonishing to me that we actually have to legislate this, but as fate would have it, legacy laws and other things require it. So I appreciate my friends across the aisle agreeing to limit the scope of this bill to the discussion at hand, media policy, by working with us to include these strong consumer protections to only narrowly targeted only video programming services. Finally, I want to thank the chair and all those who have come to the table over the last 48 hours to find a path forward on the buying group provisions for small cable providers. In 2014, this body prohibited nearly identical practices among broadcasters from jointly negotiating retransmission consent agreements. And while today's agreement departs from that principle when applied to small cable providers, extending the good faith obligations to a buying group for the small cable MVPDs does not necessarily predetermine an outcome between the broadcasters and cable MVPDs. Instead, truly small MVPDs will at least have the opportunity to negotiate retransmission consent with large broadcast ownership groups, and that seems fair. And while some are quick to remind me that the marketplace dynamics have changed since 1992 between broadcasters, satellite TV providers, and cable providers, we have included provisions in today's agreement that provide limitations on the scope of the buying group and broadcast ownership groups subject to the good faith provisions now and in the future to narrowly target the truly disproportionate bargaining power in the marketplace. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think this agreement's perfect, but we have something here that represents sound public policy, and I urge our members on both sides of the aisle to join us in supporting this manager's amendment that I offered up today. And I yield back.
The ranking member, this manager's amendment is bipartisan, sponsored by Mr. Walden and Mr. Doyle, so I recognize Mr. Doyle now for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to thank Ranking Member Walden and Latta and their staffs for their willingness and dedication in working with us to come to this agreement. I know that they and the majority committee staff, and I'm talking about the staffs now, worked through the weekend into the early hours, Tuesday morning, through the markup yesterday, and late last night in order to finalize the details that we're voting on today. And they truly did a great job and deserve our commendation. This is a complex issue, and it directly impacts millions of Americans. And Mr. Chairman, the current Stella authorization expires at the end of the year, and I'm glad that we've been able to come together to support a solution which makes permanent important provisions related to good faith and retransmission consent negotiations, applies important consumer rights and transparency requirements to give consumers cable and satellite bills. It gives small rural cable providers the ability to purchase broadcast programming as a group from the very largest broadcast ownership groups. This amendment also includes important protections for broadcasters if this buying group does not act in good faith. These are all important provisions, and I believe it's important that we make them permanent. I know in my many conversations with Mr. Walden that he, like I, believes that it's important for this to be the last Stella bill, and I'm happy that we've been able to come together on this agreement. Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment and the legislation before us and the manager's amendment, and I hope that both sides will join us in supporting the manager's amendment and passage of the bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the chair.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, as well as Mr. Walden and Mr. Latta, for reaching this agreement, working on a consensus product. And I do believe that this consensus bill is both pro-consumer and pro-competition. The language we have agreed to makes permanent the requirement that broadcasters and cable or satellite TV companies negotiate for retransmission consent in good faith, gives all parties certainty that they will have a negotiating partner at the table. We also clarify that smaller cable companies can negotiate in a buying group with large broadcast station groups, but we explicitly prohibit those buying groups from disclosing any information obtained by the buying group to smaller cable companies that don't intend to or are not likely to participate. And finally, the agreement we reach promotes the consumer interest in the most basic way by making sure that they know what exactly they're spending their money on. It's important that consumers have accurate and reliable information when making purchases for video services. The agreement also protects consumers by making cable and satellite TV companies disclose how much they'll charge, including all extra fees and charges at the point of sale, requires cable and satellite TV companies to send a customer a copy of the disclosure, and gives the customer the right to cancel the contract within 24 hours without penalty. And this agreement also makes e-billing more fulsome and prevents cable and broadband companies from charging for equipment they don't provide. So I think we all should be very proud of the bipartisan work that we've been able to accomplish, and I urge all members to support the amendment and yield back to Mr. Doyle.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any other member on the Republican side want to comment on Stella? Anybody on either side? Everybody's happy? Okay, let's move forward.
Maybe not.
Not totally happy? All right, well, we can't always be happy. All those in favor of the amendment, or the manager's amendment, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is agreed to. Do we have any further amendments? I don't think so. So we'll go to final passage. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5035 as amended to the House. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5035 is reported to the, as amended, is reported to the full House. What's next? Which one is this? Yeah, but what's the time? All right, the next bill is the nuclear waste bill. The chair calls up H.R. 2699, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2699, a bill to amend the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982.
Without
and
objection,
for
the
other
first
purposes.
reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'm assuming nobody wants to strike the last word on this? Am I wrong? You want to? Okay. The gentleman from California, Mr. McNeely, is recognized on the underlying bill. Recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for bringing this up, and I thank the staff for their hard work on this. I know there was a lot that went into it. I also want to thank Mr. Shimkus, whose dogged and persistent vision has gotten us to where we are with this. Nuclear waste is an important issue. Our country has nuclear waste inadequately secured in over 100 sites and 39 states. Ladies and gentlemen, we are swimming in nuclear waste. This hazardous logjam puts communities at risk and inhibits our ability to integrate nuclear power into a robust emissions-reducing agenda to combat the impending threats of climate change. The nexus between federal, state, and local authorities and the link between an interim storage site and a permanent repository must work hand in hand. Our bill does strike the right balance here. Specifically, our bill ensures that the DOE has adequate funding to construct and operate a multi-generational infrastructure project and would assist in the resolution of the pending permanent repository license, which will help determine if the Yucca Mountain nuclear waste site in Nevada can be licensed and constructed. This bill also directs the Department of Energy to move forward with a temporary interim storage program, also known as a Monitored Retrievable Storage Facility, or MRS, subject to the approval from the governor of the state or any unit of local government with jurisdiction over this issue and any affected Indian tribe, so that we can consolidate spent nuclear fuel from sites with a decommissioned reactor while work on a permanent repository progresses, prioritizing the transfer of spent fuel from seismically active areas. This bill also protects our national security by providing the most expedient pathway to remove defense waste from DOE sites. And this is the new addition from the H.R. 3503 in the last Congress. Technical and engineering solutions to temporary and permanent storage of nuclear waste do exist and can be safely implemented, including transportation. The real impediment to establishing any sort of nuclear waste disposal is political. If we continue to let politics and scare tactics prevent any action at all, we will eventually have a deadly accident of unknown magnitude. In order to address the accelerating climate crisis with urgency it is imperative that we resolve the nuclear waste issue. This bill has broad bipartisan support and passed the full House of Representatives last year with 340 to 72 votes. I ask my colleagues to give this bill careful consideration, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Republican sponsor, Mr. Shimkus, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we continue working to address the nuclear waste issue, I think it's instructive to look back at how we got into the situation we find ourselves today. The reality is that the federal government has attempted in various ways to advance both interim storage and permanent disposal options since the dawn of the nuclear age. I have placed a historical timeline at each member's desk, and it's very instructive. From 1939 to 1946, the Manhattan Project, headed by General Groves and renowned scientist Robert Oppenheimer, raced to produce an atomic bomb before the Nazis. In 1945, the United States Atomic Energy Commission was established by Congress to foster and control peacetime development, atomic science, and technology. From 1964 to 1971, the AEC pursued disposal of spent nuclear fuel and high-level waste in salt formations near Lyons, Kansas. This was dropped after subsequent scientific analysis found the site to be unworkable. From 1971 to 1982, the federal government considered both interim storage and permanent disposal of spent nuclear fuel and high-level waste. The attempt at interim storage, the retrievable surface storage facility, was terminated after EPA concerns that it would become a de facto permanent repository. The attempt at a permanent repository, the Nuclear Waste Terminal Storage Program, worked through state governments to identify 36 locations in 36 states. Ultimately, no governors agreed to participate in this program. In 1982, Congress passed the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, formally establishing a comprehensive nuclear waste management strategy. The act made the DOE responsible for spent nuclear fuel and required the agency to take title to material no later than January 31st, 1998. To pay for this work, the act assessed a fee to ratepayers in states that use nuclear power for electricity generation. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act also provided for an opportunity for state participation, including formal disapproval with the ability for Congress to override the state. In 1985, pursuant to Section 8 of the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, President Reagan determined that high-level waste from defense sector could be commingled with spent nuclear fuel in a single permanent repository. From 1983 to 1987, DOE evaluated multiple sites for permanent repository. In those studies, Yucca Mountain was consistently rated as a top candidate, and Congress directed EPA to focus solely on the Yucca site through the Nuclear Waste Policy Act amendments of 1987. From 1987 to 2002, DOE and 8 national labs spent $15 billion to demonstrate that spent nuclear fuel and high-level waste could be safely contained in Yucca Mountain for 1 million years. In 2002, President Bush formally recommended the Yucca Mountain site. Governor Gunn of Nevada submitted the state's disapproval. Under Section 115 of the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, the House and Senate overrode the state of Nevada's disapproval. The House vote was 306 to 117. The Senate disapproved on a voice vote. In June 2008, DOE submitted their Yucca Mountain license application to the NRC for review. The NRC formally accepted the dockets, this application, in September of that year. In February 2010, President Obama closed the Office of Civilian Radioactive Waste Management and shut down the Yucca Mountain project. In August of 2013, the D.C. Court of Appeals issued a rare writ of mandamus directing the NRC to continue work on DOE's license application. The court determined that the DOE did not have the authority to withdraw the license. In May 2014, DOE suspended the collection of the fees from ratepayers. From October 2014 to January 2015, NRC issued the final volume of the 5-part scientific and technical analysis of the DOE license application, known as the Safety and Evaluation Report. This NRC evaluation determined that using Yucca Mountain as a repository for spent nuclear fuel and high-level waste would remain safe for 1 million years as required by federal regulations. Again, Mr. Chairman, I go through this timeline to highlight that what we are doing today is building on the work of 14 presidents and hundreds of senators and thousands of members of the House of Representatives. Let's stand on their shoulders and finish the work. That is what we are doing through H.R. 2699. I thank Congressman McNerney and countless other members on both sides of the aisle for their support, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. I will now recognize Ms. Matsui to offer.
I think people still want Peters
Okay.
wants to speak. Yeah, Mr. Duncan. All right, I think we're on this, Mr. Peters. I think we're on the Democrat, right?
All right, very well. Mr. Peters of California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word, and I appreciate the committee bringing this legislation, the Nuclear Waste Policy Amendments Act, for a vote today. My constituents join many others around the country who know we need a fix to storing spent permanent nuclear fuel permanently. It's taken decades to get this far, and we can't wait any longer. Spent fuel from the decommissioned San Onofre nuclear generating station sits just north of my district. The location is less than 100 feet from the Pacific Ocean, miles from earthquake fault lines, near densely populated communities, on a military base, and quite clearly not suitable for spent nuclear fuel storage. Once it cools enough to move, it needs to be relocated. Many communities in the United States also need spent fuel moved to a secure location. As an original co-sponsor of this bill and a lead sponsor in the last Congress, I support moving forward on both interim storage options as well as a permanent repository at Yucca Mountain in Nevada. Since we heard this bill in committee, I led a congressional delegation with my friend from Texas, Representative Flores, to see the Yucca site. And as Mr. Shimkus so exhaustively explained, Yucca was not selected indiscriminately. Starting with 10 site options, narrowing down to 3, and then finally to 1, the site was chosen by the Department of Energy based on seismology, geological acceptability, a 1,600-foot natural buffer from water contamination, and much more. Perhaps most illuminating is that it's located on the same range where the U.S. government performed over 900 nuclear detonations. Some of the craters are still too radioactive for humans to visit, so it does seem like a suitable place to host a secure, well-studied, and absolutely necessary permanent storage facility. I know it's uncomfortable for my friends in Nevada, but science shows that this is where this waste should go because no location will become a permanent disposal site voluntarily. We should conclude the debate on site selection by making this bill law. Then we can establish a process of safely transporting spent nuclear fuel from across the country to a secure facility using safe and reliable technology. I want to thank the other members like Mr. McNerney, Mr. Shimkus, and Ms. Matsui, who are all working on this issue in one way or another, and I appreciate Chairman Pallone for marking up this legislation. I support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Duncan from South Carolina.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Duncan from South Carolina.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. That's moved to strike last word. I want to thank Chairman Pallone and Mr. McNerney and Mr. Shimkus for their work on this, and thank you for including H.R. 2699 and the Nuclear Waste Policy Amendments Act of 2019 in today's markup. I've long been a supporter for establishing Yucca Mountain as the nation's permanent geologic repository for nuclear waste. Nuclear waste sits in 121 communities in 39 states. The issue of spent nuclear fuel is a priority for me. My state is a leader in nuclear energy. South Carolina is home to 7 reactors at 4 locations: Catawba, Oconee, Robinson, and Sumner sites. These sites in South Carolina store nearly 5,000 metric tons of spent nuclear fuel from commercial reactors. In addition to commercial waste, the DOE Savannah River site stores about 8,000 tons of vitrified nuclear waste, along with 35 million gallons of high-level waste. Including interest, South Carolina ratepayers have paid over $3 billion to the DOE's Nuclear Waste Fund to permanently dispose of this used fuel at Yucca Mountain. This is the 3rd most of any state in the country. This is a national issue, and it requires a national remedy. Due to the federal government's inability to complete the safety licensing process for a permanent repository at Yucca Mountain, the cost of the American taxpayer to pay for this inaction has more than doubled to $35 billion since 2009. This figure will continue to rapidly increase. Let's recognize the situation we're in. For almost a decade, the state of Nevada has been effectively setting federal policy for the entire country by blocking efforts to fund the safety licensing for the site and fostering notions that it should have absolute veto power over the will of Congress and the law about the use of federal land for a repository. This has led to recent efforts to abandon Yucca and effectively federal responsibility for permanent waste disposal. We can't let that happen. Almost exactly 37 years ago, Congress formally established a comprehensive nuclear waste management strategy. At the time, following a series of failed national repository siting efforts in the 1970s, it had become clear that no state would accept a permanent repository. But the responsibility of waste disposal was a federal responsibility, and Congress recognized that no state should have an absolute veto authority over a national decision. Nevertheless, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982, Congress sought to maximize the protection of states' rights by establishing that a state's veto of a chosen site was automatically effective unless the state's position was overridden by a joint resolution of Congress. Under the Act, Nevada formally informed Congress that it disapproved of the site in 2002 when DOE identified Yucca as suitable for development as a repository. Both houses of Congress overrode this state veto that year, and the D.C. Court of Appeals upheld the action as constitutional. In fact, the court found that because Yucca would be situated on federal land, Congress was well within its rights under the property clause of the Constitution to do so. The actions to halt the safety licensing of yucca over the past decade have subverted this process. They have undermined Congress's thoughtful decisions and its authority. If we're to resolve the nuclear waste issue, we have to return to the law. We have to reverse a situation that is causing ratepayers in South Carolina and other states that use nuclear power to pay billions of dollars and taxpayers tens of billions of dollars more. We need to make yucca a reality, and this bill ensures the structure is in place to license a permanent geological repository. This bill addresses and provides for interim storage, but links to a permanent repository. I welcome interim storage options to help more quickly remove the fuel from shutdown sites, but that has to be part of an integrated solution that is linked to permanent geological repository. This bill does just that. Nuclear energy is a critical part of our energy matrix and has significantly helped reduce our emissions as a nation. Unfortunately, the lack of a durable used fuel program is giving the U.S. nuclear industry a black eye. 75% of all reactors currently under construction are from Russia and China. These two countries, who are also our adversaries, are positioning themselves to take the leading role in establishing global nuclear norms. If we want to maintain our competitiveness in the global nuclear arena and continue to incentivize investment in the industry, it's imperative that we as a nation establish an integrated waste system and permanent repository. H.R. 2699 would advance that goal. Let me just remind my colleagues that they probably have spent nuclear fuel sitting on the shores of Lake Erie, on the shores of the Catawba River, the Broad River, the Lake Kiowee in my state, and other waterways around the country. We have a law of the land that requires a long-term repository at Yucca Mountain. It's time to get that done. I urge all my colleagues to support, and I yield back. Thanks.
The gentleman yield. The gentleman yield. Gentleman yield. Gentleman. I just want to say in just a few seconds, thanks, gentlemen, for yielding. And that last year I had the chance to travel to with the committee to Yucca Mountain and spent the good part of an afternoon walking side by side with a geologist, asking lots of questions. And I'm convinced that Yucca Mountain is suitable for long-range nuclear storage. Passing this legislation is the next step in advancing nuclear energy in our country, which will reduce energy independence and carbon emissions. I thank my colleagues for moving this forward, Shimkus and Mr. McNerney, and I yield back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Lujan of New Mexico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. Madam Chair, I very much appreciate us getting together for this important conversation today. Again, this piece of legislation, which would push the United States down a path of interim storage without a clear legislative plan for completion of a permanent storage facility, is why I'm speaking up today. Madam Chair, I want to introduce into the record several documents. One, a letter from the governor of the state of New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham, to the Secretary of Energy and to the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission Chairman, dated June 7th, 2019. An article, environmental project, quote, not much benefit to the state. Legislators scrutinized details of Holtec's proposed nuclear storage facility. A press release that was captured in Indian country today from the Al Pueblo governors opposing the largest nuclear waste transport campaign in our nation's history. A press release from our state land commissioner, Stephanie Garcia Richard from New Mexico, dated June 19th, 2019. The title of the release is Commissioner Garcia Richard, Holtec International Misrepresentations Raise Serious Safety Concerns for Proposed Nuclear Storage Facility, No Restrictions on Oil and Gas and Mining Activities at Proposed Site. And a letter from our land commissioner, from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to our land commissioner dated July 2nd, 2019.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, if I could use my time now. In the letter from Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, I want to read two paragraphs. It's the opening paragraph and the closing paragraph. As she writes to Secretary Perry and Chairman Zavinsky, I write to express my opposition to the proposed interim storage of high-level radioactive waste in the state of New Mexico. The interim storage of high-level radioactive waste poses significant and unacceptable risks to New Mexicans, our environment, and our economy. Furthermore, the absence of a permanent high-level radioactive waste repository creates even higher levels of risk and uncertainty around the proposed interim site. Finally, given that there is currently no permanent repository for high-level waste in the United States, any interim storage facility will be an indefinite storage facility. Over this time, it's unlikely that the casks storing SNF and high levels of waste will lose integrity and require packaging. Any repackaging of high-level waste increases risks, things of that nature. In the article that I cited, let me read this paragraph. The firm Holtec International, which specializes in spent nuclear fuel storage, has applied for a license from the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission to construct and operate the facility in southeastern New Mexico. The proposal, which is still moving forward through the licensing application process established by the NRC for consolidated interim storage, would house up to 120,000 metric tons of high-level waste at capacity. Again, this is an interim storage facility. That is more nuclear waste than currently exists in the country. Interim storage facility. You get where I'm going with this. This is not an interim storage bill. This is a permanent storage bill. And by the way, I've been told with the concerns that I've raised associated with a provision in the underlying legislation that says there's a clause that says if the governor from a state objects, then the state doesn't get it. If an impacted tribe objects, then it doesn't move forward in that state. Well, no one's helped me understand what that means. Is it a tribe that owns land? If a tribe in New Mexico, which is impacted because of the moving of this nuclear waste through our roads, is impacted, do they get to object or not? What's that clarification? And then lastly, there's another site in Texas that's being considered for interim storage. It's called the Waste Control Specialists. So one of the amendments I'm offering today is asking for a little bit of a buffer so that states that are impacted can weigh in. The WCS facility is 100 feet from the New Mexico border. 100 feet. The size of this hearing room is maybe about 70, 75 feet. How does that provision protect the state? And so that's why I'm hoping that as we come together and we weigh the inequities that are in here and the way that this is authored, that we have a conversation versus what interim versus permanent is, and that we understand what's at risk today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to commend John Shimkus for his leadership on this year after year, to really, and McNerney, to make sure that in fact that it is bipartisan, and would note that over the years that we've been dealing with this, and yes, it has not reached the president's desk yet, this committee has been one that has been overwhelmingly bipartisan every step of the way. This legislation does preserve the important system for permanent disposal established in the underlying law while allowing flexibility on the interim storage. And the plain fact is that it represents the best path forward for getting the nation to a safety licensing decision which is necessary for public understanding of the science and the engineering behind the Yucca site and for confidence in our nuclear waste program. Many of us know a thing or two about this legislation. In fact, for my district, I would note that I've got 2 nuclear facilities on the shores of Lake Michigan, and both of them have run out of room in terms of the storage that they otherwise would have had, and they have interim storage, literally a good baseball throw or 2 from Lake Michigan, which is one of the reasons that I am joining with my colleague, Mrs. Dingell, to offering an amendment that she will be offering a little bit later, a sense of Congress that the U.S. and the Canadian governments would not allow permanent or long-term storage of spent nuclear fuel or other radioactive waste near the Great Lakes. I would note that that amendment was part of last Congress's legislation as well. But this bill reflects the consideration of the framework for a successful policy. It assures that any interim storage initiative does not supplant the need for a permanent repository or divert resources away from finishing the NRC's review of the pending Yucca Mountain license. Moving forward with Yucca program remains the most expeditious path to start removing nuclear waste from more than 100 sites around the country, including Hannaford. We're closing in now on about $20 billion on the Yucca project, and the path to answering Nevada's questions about the safety and suitability of the site has been well established. This bill makes sure that that course is followed. The legislation needs to be adopted today, and I would urge all my colleagues to support it. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yield.
I'll be glad to yield to my friend, Mr. McNerney. Yes.
I thank the gentleman from yielding. I just want to raise a couple of points. I sympathize with Mr. Lujan's concerns, and he's right. The governor of a state or a local government or a tribe can put a stop to an interim storage, but New Mexico has not been identified, and Mr. Lujan's objections illustrate clearly why we need to move forward with a federal plan. No state in this country is going to accept this interim storage or permanent storage, and we need to find a solution because if you look, for example, at the Hanford reactor, we're about a quarter mile from the Columbia River with thousands of tons of high-level nuclear waste. We need a solution. If we don't, the longer we wait, the more chance we have of a very serious accident, including fatalities. So even though I certainly sympathize with the objections that people make from their states, the technology exists. The engineering solutions are there. Rail can be made to transport this that doesn't go through cities. There's $35 billion to do this. I think we need to move forward. I yield back to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman from California and would note that we want one safe place. We have more than 100 around the country. All of them are in environmentally sensitive areas, whether it be the Great Lakes or rivers or the oceans. Yucca Mountain has been deemed by the experts, not us, but by the experts as the safest place to be. And I can remember President Reagan signing the Nuclear Waste Policy Act way back in the 80s. He thought it would be done before too long. Here we are, nearly 40 years later, about the same place that we were before. So again, I would urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Madam Chair,
Will the gentleman yield?
glad to yield to my friend from
Down here.
I appreciate that, Chairman. Mr. Upton, the one thing that I would just add that I failed to include before that is an additional concern is under the Holtec proposal, the nuclear waste in New Mexico would be owned by the private company, by Holtec, as opposed to the United States Department of Energy, which owns the low-level nuclear waste that's being shipped to WIPP, for example. So I certainly hope that that's something we can clarify so that if a company goes bankrupt or something happens, that it's not just whoever owns that land that's going to bear the responsibility. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Chairman Upton.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? I will now recognize Ms. Matsui to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm offering this amendment, and I will be withdrawing it. However, I want to speak to it. I offer this amendment to replace H.R. 2699 with what I believe to be the most pragmatic and expeditious solution to the issue of spent nuclear fuel.
Will the gentlelady suspend a moment, please?
Certainly.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2699 offered by Ms. Matsui of California. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I now recognize the gentlelady, Ms. Matsui.
Thank you very much. I offer this amendment to replace H.R. 2699 with which I believe to be the most pragmatic and expeditious solution to the issue of spent nuclear fuel. That is my legislation, the Stored Nuclear Fuel Act. My bill authorized a consolidated interim storage program at the Department of Energy, allowing the federal government to take title of spent nuclear fuel for the purposes of interim storage and laying out parameters for what such a program would look like, including meaningful engagement with affected tribes and state and local governments. The Yucca Mountain project has been stalled for years. I do not see the point in advancing a bill that faces obvious and possibly endless obstacles before it can be finalized. Moreover, the bill that is presently being considered is presented as a compromise because of provisions on interim storage. However, no spent nuclear fuel can be moved and stored at interim storage sites until a decision is reached on Yucca, meaning our communities continue to play host to this radioactive material until Yucca is worked out. This linkage is unacceptable and should not be the proposal that the committee moves forward on. We absolutely must allow for interim storage to proceed while we work out the lengthy and complicated process for finding a permanent solution. Some think incremental progress is not enough, but when we factor in the inertia, the inaction on nuclear waste, a clean interim storage bill would be a historic achievement and an end to a 40-year deadlock on this issue. In order for us to take action now, we need consent. States and local governments should have more than a voice. They should play a role in whether or not spent fuel is stored in their backyard. I urge my colleagues to work with me on a pragmatic proposal for consolidated interim storage that can move forward, become law, and make real, meaningful progress for communities across the country. Thank you, and I look forward to working with the committee on a bipartisan manner in the new year on what I believe to be the surest path to a solution. With that, I move to withdraw my amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
She's withdrawn.
The gentlelady has withdrawn her amendment, and I'd like to thank her for offering her amendment today, which I understand she was planning to withdraw. Are there any members seeking recognition to offer bipartisan amendments? The gentlelady from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment to H.R. 2699, offered by Mrs. Dingell of Michigan. At the end of the bill, add the following new section, Section 609.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congress has been co-founded by the issue of nuclear waste management for too long, over 30 years. So it's time we move forward with legislation that will seriously address stored nuclear fuel and disposal of nuclear waste. The stakes are simply too high to continue to do nothing. And I agree with many of my colleagues who have visited Nevada and have made the observation that that site was chosen for a reason. For all of those in the Great Lakes region, we understand the need for this to be dealt with more than many. As many have already stated during the committee process and here today, nuclear waste is currently just sitting at active and decommissioned nuclear plants all across the country, including Michigan, and on one of the Great Lakes. This practice is costly and presents a security risk as well as possible serious environmental risks. Last Congress, I was proud to join with my colleague and friend from Michigan, Representative Fred Upton, to offer an important amendment concerning our Great Lakes, and I'm grateful to offer it again with him today. Our bipartisan amendment simply expresses the sense of Congress that the governments of the United States and Canada should not allow permanent or long-term storage of spent nuclear fuel or other radioactive waste near the Great Lakes or in the Great Lakes. We think this is still an important amendment to have included in this bill to send a strong signal to governments at home and abroad, maybe more targeted abroad, that we must protect those treasured natural resources for future generations. Allowing nuclear waste to be stored near the Great Lakes or in the Great Lakes is a risk we can and must avoid. It is more than 20% of the fresh water in the world. As I mentioned during our subcommittee markup of this bill, there's no easy solution to nuclear waste storage or disposal, but we must work in a bipartisan manner with all stakeholders to do what will be the best for the country and all America's long-term health and safety. I urge my colleagues to both support the amendment Rep. Upton and I have offered today to protect the Great Lakes, as well as the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will, Mr. Upton.
Knows my voice. I am delighted to offer this again, to be a part of the offering on this amendment as we did in the previous Congress. And I would just note that, you know, there's a saying that many of us know, particularly on this committee, don't mess with Texas. We've got a lot of Texans on the committee. There's another little statement, don't mess with the Great Lakes. We are, for those of us that have grown up in the Great Lakes Midwest region, there is nothing more that solidifies our ranks on both sides of the aisle than our love for the Great Lakes and the importance that it has, not only to the United States, but to the rest of the world. And again, this is an amendment that brings us together. It ought to be part of this bill. It passed before, and I appreciate the gentlelady's authorship of this, and I'm pleased to join with her, and would hope that all my colleagues could support this amendment. And I'll yield back to my friend from Michigan, who I think is going to yield to our friend from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you, Mr. Upton, for doing this, and I yield to my friend from Illinois.
Thank you. I just want to weigh in as well on the treasure that we all have sitting on the Great Lakes, and that millions and millions of people depend on the Great Lakes for water, of course, for recreation. They represent 20% of the world's fresh surface water, and we have to make sure that we do everything we can in every way to protect it. And I yield back to the gentlelady from
Michigan. Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. I yield back unless anybody else wants time.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment, but I sit here and chuckle because nuclear waste currently sits on the shores of Lake Erie in Illinois. In fact, unless we get Yucca Mountain back on track, there is permanent storage of spent nuclear fuel on the Great Lakes. But why single the Great Lakes out when nuclear fuel sits on the shores of the Savannah River, South Carolina, Georgia, on the shores of the Broad River in South Carolina, on the shores of Lake Kiowee in South Carolina, and on the shores of many other waterways and bodies of water in 39 states at 121 sites. So while I support this, I want to reiterate that a long-term repository has been developed, and that is Yucca Mountain. I'll remind the committee, it's the law of the land. Congress overrode a veto of Nevada. But all the points that the gentlelady from Michigan made and my friend Mr. Upton from Michigan made about the Great Lakes applies to every state that has spent fuel sitting on site. It's in dry cask or wet cask storage, but unless we get Yucca Mountain back on track, those are long-term repositories. I'm not directing this at the gentlelady from Michigan because I think she's on our side on this. I'm just wanting to point out that unless we move forward with this bill that I wholeheartedly hope my colleagues will support, we have long-term storage currently on the Great Lakes and in every other state. It's time that Congress stop this inaction on Yucca Mountain and move forward. I want to thank the lady for the amendment because it gives me a chance to point out that we have long-term storage. The gentleman from New Mexico was talking earlier. I don't want interim storage either. Whether that's in New Mexico, Texas, or anywhere else, I want long-term storage at what this nation chose as its repository after much geological studies, votes in Congress, chosen a site that I stood on top of that mountain. I said, if we can't put the nuclear waste here, we can't put it anywhere. It's a national solution to a national problem. 39 states have this waste, and they don't want it in their state as a long-term repository, whether that's on the shores of the Great Lakes or whether that's on the shores of the Broad River. I'm glad we're moving forward with this today. And I'm glad the gentlelady from Michigan pointed out that we don't want long-term storage on our bodies of water. We want it in a long-term repository that ratepayers have paid for the construction and operation of $3 billion from South Carolinians. We're a small state. That's a heck of a lot of money from South Carolinians. That's not tax dollars. I could add the tax dollars on top of that because that's tens of billions of dollars that taxpayers have paid in this country. But the ratepayers, as a portion of their bill, paid over $3 billion for my state. Look it up for your state. Let's get off the pot here and let's get this done. I thank the lady for the amendment. I support it. And with that, I yield back. I'll yield to the lady. Yes, ma'am.
I so totally agree with you. I'm as emotional and passionate. We'll go do whatever we can to get it there. Unfortunately, we have another country that wants to store it permanently in the Great Lakes. So we have to spell out the Great Lakes so that our neighbor across the river from us doesn't make a decision to permanently store it either. So we have an imminent danger, yes, with all of these, but then we have another country that wants to make it permanent near the water, which is why we had to spell it out.
Great point the gentlelady made, and I support the amendment. And with that, I yield back.
If there is no further debate, we will proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to this legislation?
Madam Chair.
Recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan.
Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent to consider Amendments 72, 74, 75, and 76 en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam Chair,
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2699, excuse me, offered by Mr. Lujan of New Mexico. At the end of the bill, add the following. Section 609.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. While I plan to offer and withdraw these amendments, I want to remind our colleagues that Senator Jeff Bingaman, our former U.S. Senator from New Mexico, correctly said that interim storage can play an important role in a comprehensive waste management program, but only as an integral part of the repository program and not as an alternative to or de facto substitute for permanent disposal, close quote. Now, I've shared my concerns about this bill, and I opposed this bill in the past, and I oppose the bill now. However, I do not believe that addressing nuclear waste is our only responsibility. 70 years ago, rural New Mexico became ground zero for the detonation of the first nuclear bomb. While it would usher in the start of the atomic age, it also marked the beginning of sickness and suffering for generations of people who lived and grew up around the Tularosa Basin and other communities that sacrificed for national security. In fact, from 1945 to 1962, the United States conducted nearly 200 atmospheric nuclear weapons tests while building the arsenal that became the cornerstone of our nation's Cold War security strategy. The mining and processing of uranium ore was essential to the development of nuclear weapons and was conducted by tens of thousands of workers across the nation. In the years after the federal government ceased testing nuclear weapons and intensive mining of uranium ore, many individuals who worked in the uranium industry or lived near a mining operation became sick or died because of exposure to unsafe levels of radiation from uranium. The Navajo, Hopi, Yavapai, Apache Indian reservations were especially affected. To help those Americans who sacrifice so much for our national security, Congress passed the RECA in 1990 and later broadened the scope of the Act's coverage in 2000, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. However, we since learned that many additional individuals are sick and dying and did not qualify for that compensation. To address this failure, many of us have repeatedly introduced the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments, and I've committed to my constituents that I'll take every opportunity I can to educate my colleagues in the House on the critical need to compensate all those who played a key role in our national security during the Cold War and have suffered as a result of their efforts. That's why I drafted these amendments to the Nuclear Waste Policy Amendments Act. These amendments would add the entire text of H.R. 2049, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments. The amendments would expand the affected areas to include Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Guam, and New Mexico, as well as any county in Arizona, Nevada, or Utah which has been left out, which have been shown to be impacted by downwind contamination. This issue is important to me, and I hope it's important to you and to your constituents. We've heard from Navajo elders, from women who trekked to our nation's capital to share testimony on this important legislation, and they asked us one simple question. Is everyone in Washington waiting for us all to die so that the problem goes away? The federal government cannot be let off the hook on this issue. The waste that is in people's organs, the waste in people's lungs, the waste in their kidneys, and the waste in their hearts and in their bodies also needs a permanent solution. This Congress took action to work on legislation that was critically important with the banning of asbestos products. We know the devastation that causes in our loved ones. Well, there's a whole group of Americans who sacrificed for our national security who are now dying. Loved ones who have already died. Communities where the cleanup never took place. Again, New Mexico was ground zero with the Trinity test site of the first nuclear blast on American soil. An open pit mine near Laguna Pueblo. We had a berm that was holding uranium tailings on the Navajo Nation in Church Rock that broke. The berm gave way. The yellow cake flowed down the arroyos, contaminated water that families drank from, contaminated the animals that they ate, was left on their clothing. Children got sick because they were breathing in that fine dust powder that's like baby powder that would break off of their clothing. I hope we can come together. This is a matter of fairness and justice, and Congress must meet our responsibility to those Americans who sacrificed. And Madam Chair, while I will be asking to withdraw these amendments, I know that one of our other colleagues wants to speak on this. So before I withdraw these amendments, if Mr. O'Halloran may be recognized for his own time. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone on the Republican side want to speak? A gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I represent the Navajo in Arizona. The Navajo Nation, when you combine it with the land that's in New Mexico and Utah, is a little bit larger than the state of West Virginia. Back in the late 1940s, when the Cold War was just about to begin, and just towards the end of World War II, the federal government came in and let the Navajo know that they were going to start to mine uranium in their lands. And when that occurred, of course, somebody would expect it to be cleaned up eventually. We are now about 80 years out since that occurred, and many lives have been lost. The children have been born with birth defects. Families have been wiped out. And we sit here 80 years later not having cleaned up those sites. How many sites are there? There's about 520 of them. How long have we known that? Almost all of those 80 years. Some of the companies have been able to be found, sued, and that money's been sitting there since the early 2000s, and the mines aren't getting cleaned up yet. I spoke to a mother who is about a quarter mile away and downstream from a wash from mine site 28. And when we visited at that site, it was very clear that her statements were relevant because she lost all 8 of her children and her husband and her sister-in-law from cancer. And that's why, one of the reasons why the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is so important, because people are dying now. Families are being hurt now. Lands are not being able to be used now because of radiation. What have we done? Well, in some cases, we put a fence around the larger sites, and in some cases, we put a sign up to say, don't come here because there's radiation. And we've waited and waited and waited. And the bottom line is here, what would we think if just across the street on the Capitol grounds, there were 1 or 2 of these sites? Do we think it's going to take 80 years to get this cleaned up? It's a responsibility of this government. In 2007, there was hearings on this issue, and little has been done. And I have to go, my job is to go back up there and make sure people know that something's trying to get done. And I appreciate all the discussion here about the Great Lakes. I used to live on the Great Lakes. And all the other lands that have currently appear to be permanent sites, but they're protected. None of this is protected at all. Our tourists, by the millions, come through these areas. They have no idea that these lands are out there. These families continue to have children. There's a problem with these children. It affects their water. It affects their agriculture. There was a river in New Mexico that a dam burst not too long ago. And that water flowed, actually Colorado, and it flowed through New Mexico. That contamination, radiation contamination, flowed down the river, flowed into Arizona, affected tremendous amounts of farmland that can't be used now. And then that same river goes into the lower Colorado River and onward to the Colorado River. So not only should these people be compensated, but I would like to debate anybody on the fact that we as a government should wait 80 years when we know what the problem is and can address this problem and should address this problem. We asked the Navajo Nation to do this. They did it. They've lost their people that were minors. They've lost their children. They've lost their families. And we have to make good on our word. And with that, I yield back.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone on the Republican side? Otherwise, I'm going to strike the last word and recognize myself. I just wanted to thank Mr. Lujan and, of course, Mr. O'Halloran now also for their leadership on behalf of communities impacted by radiation exposure, including, of course, Native Americans. Mr. Lujan's bill, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, would provide compensation for individuals exposed to radiation while working in or living near uranium mines that contributed to the material needed to develop our nation's nuclear weapons arsenal. It also includes the communities downward from the nuclear testing sites who are exposed to radiation. This is an incredibly important environmental justice issue and something Congress is long overdue in addressing. And let me tell you, since I've been here for 30+ years, I've heard it from many of the Native American communities that you represent, particularly in Arizona. And I understand that Mr. Lujan plans to withdraw this en bloc amendment, but I do commit to him and to Mr. O'Halloran and others that I will continue to help find ways to correct these historic injustices, because you are speaking from the heart, and I know how serious this problem is, and so we must deal with it. And I appreciate everything that you said, and I'll yield back. Is anyone else? Oh, you're going to?
And Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to withdraw the amendment.
Has withdrawn his amendment. Do we have any others? Mr. Lujan, you have another amendment?
Yes, Amendment 73, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk has it, I hope. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2699, offered by Mr. Lujan of New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Reading of the amendment will be dispensed with without objection, and the gentleman from New Mexico is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a key provision of my legislation to expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act to cover more people impacted by uranium mining and nuclear testing. We have a responsibility to compensate all workers and communities that have been exposed to radiation. The amendment establishes a grant program to study the epidemiological impacts, the connection to increased rates of cancer and other illnesses of uranium mining and milling among family members of the workers and others who may have been exposed secondhand. We have a large body of research showing the devastating health impacts of exposure on uranium mine workers. What is missing are studies to show what families know to be true. The secondhand exposure is the reason for the high rates of illness seen among workers and family members. To show why this is important, I want to share a story from a New Mexican, Cipriano Lucero, and I quote, "I also worked in the yellow cake tank area, and part of the job required me to remove the yellow cake from the floors and the walls of the processing areas. To do this job, large scoop shovels and large flat scrapers were needed as the yellow cake was stuck on every surface in the yellow cake area. When the yellow cake was dry, it had the consistency of baking flour, so when it was being loaded in the barrels via a drop chute, the whole room was a giant dust storm of deadly yellow cake. There was a ventilation system in the form of a single fan, but it was much too small and inefficient to control the quantity of yellow cake in the air, and it only worked sometimes due to the yellow cake buildup that covered it. The lunchroom where we ate lunch was covered in a fine layer of yellow cake as well, and that was the only place we had to sit and eat. No matter how many times we wiped it down, the table and chairs were always covered in the fine yellow cake. We did not have a source of fresh drinking water. The company did not provide any water for consumption on site, so we had to carry water from home in thermoses that by lunchtime were also coated with yellow cake. There was a shower in the area, but as with the rest of the yellow cake department, it was constantly covered in yellow cake and other filth, and most of the time there was no hot water to shower with. After a graveyard shift, no one wanted to take a cold shower in a filthy room covered in yellow cake. I was provided with overalls to work in, but the company did not have washing machines to wash the overalls on site, so I took them home, and my spouse washed them in our washer at home. My respiratory protection consisted of a single paper mask per shift, and the mask was useless after the first hour or so because it was covered in yellow cake. Most of the rest of the shift, I used a bandana to cover my face, but that stopped little of the yellow cake dust from being inhaled directly. There was no real protection from overexposure to radiation in the yellow cake area. To my colleagues, this is a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help build the evidence needed to start making this right for the workers and their family.
The gentleman yield to me.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to thank the gentleman for offering this important amendment. It establishes a grant program to fund the study of epidemiological impacts of uranium mining and milling. And we owe it to the miners and workers and those downwind of nuclear weapons tests to study the impacts of this radiation exposure and determine what more the federal government can do to help these communities. So Mr. Lujan has always been the lead advocate for these communities, and I appreciate his determination and effort. I support the amendment and urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Would the chairman yield?
Ron has the time. Want to yield to Mr. Shimkus?
I just want to say we will accept the amendment. We thank him for his efforts and look forward to working with him.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Shimkus has been willing to have conversations, as have his staff, and they've always been open to having this conversation to see how we can move this down the road. So I appreciate the support, Mr. Shimkus, of you and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this issue. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right, does anyone else want to talk on this? If not, we're going to move to have a voice vote. All those in favor of the Lujan amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Lujan amendment is agreed to. Do we have another one? Any? Oh, I'm sorry. So the problem we have again is that the Democratic, yesterday it was a steering committee, now the Democratic caucus is having a vote on the chairmanship of the Oversight and Investigations Committee. And but we're not listening to the debate. They're called to vote, so we're just going to go over there and vote 15 minutes and come back. All of us have to go, all right? So, but it won't be long, because there's no...
I'm not going to go.
You want to come?
No.
Oh. There's no second ballot, though. There's just one ballot, and that's it, all right? So we're in recess about 15 minutes.
He said all of us are going to go.
Let's rock and roll. Move we adjourn.
The committee will reconvene. Do we have any more amendments from Mr. Lujan? No. No? Do we have any more amendments from anybody?
Nope.
No? All right. So let's proceed to a vote. Question now occurs on favorably reporting. It hasn't been amended either, right?
Yes, it has.
Oh, okay. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 2699 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 2699 as amended to the full House will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the bill is H.R. 2699 is reported to the full House. Oh, the next is going to be the PFAS bill. So the chair calls up H.R. 535, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 535, a bill to require the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to designate per and porofluoro.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. All right. I'm now going to recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. My amendment is labeled Ains 535 _03. You have it. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 535,
Chairman.
offered by Mr. Pallone.
I'd like to reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves a point of order on the Ains. The clerk will continue.
Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section
Without
1,
objection, the
short
reading
title.
of the Ains will be dispensed with, and I now recognize myself. The amendment brings together texts from a dozen bills considered by the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change. Taken together, these provisions provide significant and comprehensive action to address PFAS contamination in communities across the country. Under this package, communities will be able to rely on standards to protect their drinking water, limits to prevent air pollution, testing to fully understand the risks of different PFAS, and cleanups for contaminated sites. Firefighters who want to protect themselves from PFAS in their equipment will get much-needed guidance. Consumers who want to purchase PFAS-free pans will have the tools to do so. Water utilities needing to install new treatment equipment will get much-needed funding. And we will end the introduction of untested and unreviewed new PFAS into commerce. I want to thank all the members of the committee and the whole House who have worked hard to put this package together, but specifically Mrs. Dingell, Ms. Custer, Mr. Soto, and Mr. Upton on our committee, and Representatives Boyle, Dean, Delgado, Stevens, Khanna, Fletcher, Slotkin, and Maloney all have pieces incorporated into this legislation. And Mr. Tonko, the chair of the Environment Subcommittee, has worked tirelessly to negotiate this package for months and has been working hard on PFAS issue for many years. This amendment in the nature of a substitute is a result of Mr. Tonko's hard work with Mr. Shimkus, Mr. Walden, and our colleagues in the Senate. Many of the sections in the Ains reflect the work that was done by the Senate on their PFAS package and the work that has been done to negotiate that text for inclusion in the National Defense Authorization Act. We've heard many of the concerns raised by stakeholders and our colleagues and have made significant changes to these bills to try to address those concerns. I had hoped that we could get the support of the full committee ranking member for this package, but I think we're not there today. It seems we still have some differences on the importance of ensuring contaminated sites get cleaned up and ensuring that any drinking water standards set for PFAS is strong enough to protect infants, children, and pregnant women. And I think these are things we should be able to agree on, and I'm willing to keep working as the legislation moves forward. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes significant progress on the legislation. I urge my colleagues to support both the amendment and the underlying bill. You want me to yield to you?
Sure.
I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some parts of the Democratic amendment in the nature of substitutes remind me of that house flipper show where they're trying to move an old property where they painted the outside for curb appeal, but the indoor plumbing and electrical still need work. So don't let the packaging fool you. The substitute bill suffers from many of the same flaws that many of the 13 bills had at the subcommittee markup. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we pointed out those flaws at great length, and we certainly could repeat them here today if desired. However, we'll probably hear how the authors have changed the underlying Dingell bill to confine the CERCLA hazardous substances listing to just 2 chemicals. That's in Section 2 of the bill. That would be fine, but guess what? 13 sections later, the substitute completely supersedes its own language. Section 15 of the bill would designate all PFAS as hazardous substance under CERCLA. Let me say that again. Section 15 of the bill designates all PFAS as a hazardous substance under CERCLA, so it's not just what's in Section 2. It does this through a back door by designating them as hazardous air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Section 102 of CERCLA defines hazardous substances and including hazardous air pollutants. Listing all PFAS as hazardous substances is a terrible idea, as the majority seems to acknowledge in its very own amendment to H.R. 535. It simply defies all the reasons as to why they put before us legislation that contradicts itself. No one seriously questions that there are some legitimate concerns over a very small number of PFAS, namely PFOA and PFOS. Those chemicals, once used widely and very effectively in firefighting foams, are no longer manufactured in the United States. Companies across the country are working every day to develop alternatives to these substances that can help save lives without posing risks to human health. If anything, we should be encouraging that work. Substitute, however, would prohibit the innovation of new substances for all kinds of societally valuable products. Using the Toxic Substances Control Act, Section 4 imposes a ban on commerce in alternatives to PFAS that the majority is so worried about. The only change the majority has made to this legislation is to limit the ban to 5 years, and that simply doesn't make any sense. If, as the majority suggests, we need to address PFAS issues immediately, then part of that plan needs to be finding alternatives sooner rather than later. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you. Is anyone on the Republican side? Dr. Bouchon, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CERCLA, or commonly known as Superfund, is far more a litigation tool determining liability and assigning costs and addressing hazardous waste cleanup. Designating PFAS as a hazardous substance under CERCLA, or what is being done under the Clean Air Act, which would create a backdoor designation under CERCLA, should be done so cautiously. As a physician, I have had firsthand experiences with life-saving medical devices that include PFAS, such as vascular grafts, stent grafts, heart patches, catheter tubes, and more. These devices already go through a stringent regulatory review under the FDA. A hazardous substance designation is inappropriate for such devices. It would deny Hoosiers and all Americans needed medical devices, and the litigation process would increase the underlying cost of health care. We must be careful before instituting an all-or-nothing approach, as the deadline for designations in the underlying bill suggests. For that reason, I request my colleagues to oppose the bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Tonko is recognized, Chairman of the Environment Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, first I would like to express appreciation for both majority and minority staff, as well as House Legislative Counsel. They have been discussing the details of these bills for months, including spending a lot of time working to put together this package over the weekend. I would like to take some time to discuss what is in this AINS and why I think it strikes the right balance so that every member can support the bill. I think everyone knows I have raised both substantive and procedural concerns with the bipartisan Senate package, which was included as part of the Senate-passed NDAA. Almost all of us would agree that the NDAA is not the best vehicle to advance our committee's priorities. I also believe that the Senate package did not go far enough to protect Americans from the risks from PFAS. It was much more narrow than the relevant counterparts introduced in the House and advanced by the Environment Subcommittee in September. But with that said, I appreciate that both Democrats and Republicans came together around the provisions included in the Senate NDAA, which is why today's amendment includes those versions of TRI and drinking water standards, which are modified versions of Mr. Delgado and Mr. Boyle's bills. The AINS also includes the modified versions of a handful of bills that we agreed we would continue to negotiate at the subcommittee markup. These include Ms. Fletcher's guidance to protect firefighters, Mr. Soto's voluntary labeling for cookware, Mr. Upton's cooperative agreements to clean up federal facilities, Mr. Khanna's safe disposal, and Mr. Pallone's grants to water systems for treatment technologies. It also importantly includes Mr. Maloney's bill on testing. We heard and took to heart the concerns raised by the minority about how important it is to avoid assuming the toxicity or risk of individual PFAS chemicals. This enhanced testing program will ensure that EPA is collecting the data and making evaluations without a predetermined outcome for all PFAS. These modified provisions, which we agreed to try to negotiate in September, are all outside the scope of the Senate package, and I do believe it provides an important complement to that agreement. We should be able to agree on adding these provisions to the Senate's base. Beyond these two sets of bills, bills modified to mirror the Senate package and bills identified as areas of potential agreement outside that package, I would like to focus on two additional provisions, which again I believe we should be able to find common ground for. First, the AINS includes a single addition to the Senate's drinking water language that requires EPA to set a standard that is protective of vulnerable populations, including pregnant women, infants, and children. I think we would all agree that drinking water standards should be protective of everyone. This language is just an acknowledgement that some populations are more sensitive to the effects of toxic exposure, and EPA should keep those groups in mind when setting its standards. If you think it is important that a drinking water standard is protective of babies, you should be able to support this provision. Second, it is no secret that many of us believe including language on cleanup is essential. I support Mr. Upton's bill on federal facilities, but that bill on its own risks leaving other industrial sites uncovered. Mrs. Dingell's bill originally required all PFAS to be designated as hazardous substances under CERCLA. Again, we were willing to make significant compromises to make sure we are guided by science. In this version, only two substances, the two most studied, PFOA and PFAS, would be listed. Then, getting back to Mr. Maloney's testing language, EPA would make decisions on additional individual PFAS or subclasses of PFAS on whether to designate under CERCLA based on this newly acquired data. This represents a big movement on our part. We have heard critics of the total PFAS approach say we do not know enough about each of the hundreds of active PFAS to assume they are all bad or all dangerous. While I may not agree, I appreciate that concern, and we have gone to great lengths to try and address it. The approach offered in this amendment is based on finding out which PFAS are unsafe and then having EPA act accordingly. It is based on the bipartisan Senate package and modified versions of bills that were identified as potentially bipartisan policies. If you support the work that has been done by the Senate and within our committee, if you support setting drinking water standards that are protective of the most vulnerable people, and if you believe it is important to ensure any PFAS found to be dangerous are cleaned up from the environment, you should be able to support this package. This AINS reflects a lot of willingness to compromise from our side in order to ensure we are advancing good science-based policy while protecting communities from the risks of PFAS. And with that, I urge everyone to yield, or to please give it their full consideration, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. Now, there's a vote on the floor. We're going to hear from, well, unless there's a Republican. Me. There is. Okay. We'll take one more speech, but we're not going to vote until we come back. There are 5 votes, no motion to recommit or debate, so it shouldn't be too long. So if you want to leave, you can, but we are going to take one more speech, and then we come back, we'll continue. Right, just come right back right after the votes. And we do plan to finish tonight. We are going to finish tonight. What did you say?
No one would want to leave while I'm giving
You want to
my
go to John
statement.
next?
I'm positive of that.
Mr. Shimkus is recognized, but the rest of you can go vote if you want. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like, obviously, thank you for the time. I know there are members on both sides who have worked hard on the PFAS issue and getting them addressed on our committee, and I want to start my remarks by acknowledging the work of the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee Chairman, Paul Tonko, who's a good friend, and as he said in his statement, really did bend over backwards to try to get us to a place where we could agree. And I'm not disregarding that, and I appreciate his friendship and his support throughout this process. Unfortunately, we can't support, or I can't support this package as it is today, and I don't think it's worthy of support by my colleagues, and we'll be on opposite sides on this debate. For policy and practical reasons, I intend to oppose this amendment and offer a substitute to the underlying bill at the appropriate time. This substitute amendment takes an aggressive aim at a group of man-made chemicals numbering in the thousands that have been manufactured and used in a variety of industries around the globe, and it does so without regard to science or risk. This is an unprecedented way of conducting science and flies in the face of decades of U.S. environmental policy. Among the policy choices this bill makes, first, even though EPA has stated repeatedly that by the end of this year it intends to make a science-based decision about whether PFOA and PFAS are hazardous substances, this measure affirmatively deems PFOA and PFAS as hazardous substances under the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation and Liability Act. We call it CERCLA. In doing so, this amendment removes any kind of public comment period. Even more curious, since EPA has not testified before this panel on what this legislation would mean. Finally, the language does nothing to shield innocent parties who acted according to the law and found themselves permanently liable for cleanup, regardless of their contribution. I know people in the communities with PFAS pollution want it cleaned up quickly, but the story of the Superfund is that nothing is remotely fast. It's always more expensive than you think, and the stigma of the designation itself scars the community's economy and dampens its future economic prospects. Speaking of the Superfund, the substitute amendment designates all PFAS up to as many as 5,000 as hazardous air pollutants. Again, no science, no use of the legal process, no public comment, and no debate. This is a concern for two reasons. First, the timeliness of the source category rulemaking is unreasonable. Second, and more importantly, these provisions become a mandatory entryway for 5,000 substances to become hazardous substances under CERCLA, bringing with them lots of worry and expense and little to nothing to justify why they all deserve it. The amendment also creates a new requirement that EPA issue drinking water system regulations to control certain PFAS substances, but that the requirement must protect vulnerable populations. Currently, the Safe Drinking Water Act requires that EPA consider the needs of vulnerable populations, but does not make those concerns trump practical compliance and affordability considerations. Instituting this tempting requirement will harm every resource-constrained drinking water system across the country, while at the same time there isn't hard evidence that EPA drinking water regulations issued under the current law are not protecting vulnerable populations. Finally, the amendment creates a well-meaning but unrealistic requirement on EPA to require testing on PFAS. At some level, what's the point if you already have regulated so many of them? And on the other hand, does EPA even have the resources to keep up with such demand? As for the practical, if we are serious about making law on this front, rather than press releases, this substitute is the wrong direction to go. The chairman of the Environment Subcommittee on the other body has publicly and privately adamant that CERCLA provisions in this bill will not receive his support and therefore stand little chance of becoming law. There is a package of PFAS efforts that could become law, and they are sitting in the National Defense Authorization Act. They have the bipartisan support of the leadership of the other body's environmental committee, and I believe they have the best chance to become law. Pushing for passage of this amendment with its controversial provisions will complicate Congress's ability to make law in this area. At the appropriate time, I will offer an amendment to the with a substitute that will represent what the Senate will support, that is within our committee's jurisdiction. This will give us the best path to go forward. I urge opposition to this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back my time.
Everybody stood here and listened to you. They must really like
And I
you.
thank you very much for your attention.
We're going to recess until after the votes. Please come back.
Wow, I'm honored.
every other member just to punish them for making us vote.
The committee will reconvene. We left off, we were discussing my amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I believe the next person was Ms. Dingell, unless there's a Republican that wants to speak. Oh, no, we did. Shimkus was last, so now it is Ms. Dingell. She's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did want to listen to Mr. Shumpkus, because I know in his heart he agrees with us. But, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Chairman Pallone, Republican Leader Walden, Mr. Tonko, Mr. Shumpkus, my fellow ENC colleagues, we have a single responsibility to the American people and all of our constituents to take action when a threat arises. Over the last 15 months, Michigan and the country have experienced a dramatic rise in the number of identified contamination sites from PFAS chemicals. Testicular cancer, kidney cancer, liver and pancreatic cancer, weakened childhood immunity, low birth weight, endocrine disruption, increased cholesterol. Each of these health risks has been repeatedly linked to these forever chemicals, called this because they are designed to stand the test of time and do not easily break down in the environment, or worse, in the human body. Michigan has been ground zero, but this is only because we're looking for and testing for PFAS. It's everywhere, and more states are going to find it once they start looking for it. Under Governor Snyder and continuing action under Governor Whitmer, Michigan established a PFAS response action program to test for PFAS. And now many states are following the lead. These harmful chemicals are impacting Republican and Democratic districts alike. PFAS contamination is widespread in small water systems, in large ones, on military sites, and in residential communities. And our military, instead of wanting to clean it up, is arguing that these communities do not have to clean up PFAS contamination because the Superfund law does not require them to do so. In the absence of strong leadership at the EPA or the military, it requires the Congress to act. We must now come together as the Energy and Commerce Committee to do what we do best, compromise and deliver real, meaningful solutions for the American people. And that's where we find ourselves today. The package of bills included in the Chairman's Ains Amendment to the PFAS Action Act includes bold policies that will protect the American people against PFAS while not forgetting those who are the most vulnerable. Over the last few months, this committee has been working aggressively to find a comprehensive and bipartisan package of PFAS legislation. While I am disappointed we did not get a deal in time for today's markup, I am going to remain optimistic. I'd like to thank Chairman Pallone and Chairman Tonko for their outstanding leadership in working with me and every member of Congress this year, addressing PFAS as a top priority. The PFAS package offered by Chairman Pallone today represents a good faith effort to incorporate the concerns of many of my Republican colleagues and stakeholders, while also boldly establishing needed actions that would set a national drinking water standard, limit the use of new PFAS chemicals, requiring TSCA to set guidance and requirements on disposing of PFAS, and provide grant programs and more. Many of the provisions in this package have good bipartisan support that will help us protect human health in the environment that we should all be comfortable supporting. For instance, it includes legislation Representative Fred Upton and I have worked on together with our Michigan colleagues that would help facilitate the cleanup process in states like ours through the use of federal-state cooperative agreements. And it includes a scaled-back version of a bipartisan bill we introduced earlier in the year that would designate PFAS chemicals as the hazardous substances we know they are under the Superfund program in order to accelerate the cleanup process and direct federal resources to contaminated sites. The version of my bill included in this package now focuses on the two most notorious PFAS chemicals we know of, PFOA and PFOS. We did this in discussions with our Republicans. It would require EPA to list each of these within 1 year, as well as require EPA to make a determination on the remaining PFAS chemicals not later than 5 years. Coupled with TSCA testing provision in this package, that would give the EPA the time they need to collect more data on this class of chemicals, which I know has been a concern. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important package of PFAS legislation included in the chairman's amendment. Thank you, and I'm out of time.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else want to speak on the AINS for PFAS, for the PFAS package? The gentlewoman from New Hampshire, recognized for 5 minutes, Ms. Custer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, thank you for including this important legislation in today's markup. Across the country and in my home state of New Hampshire, communities and families are dealing with the proliferation of toxic PFAS and PFOA chemicals that pose a serious risk to human health and our environment. Seldom does a day go by when we don't open the newspaper and read yet another story about a town that is faced with unsafe drinking water or a household that must rely on bottled water because of PFAS contamination. I cannot imagine the uncertainty and fear that families face when they discover that the water they have been drinking is contaminated with harmful chemicals. American families are looking to Congress to act, and that is exactly what we are doing today. I want to commend my good friend Congresswoman Debbie Dingell for her leadership on this issue, and thank Chairman Perlone and others on this committee for including my legislation that would turn off the tap for new PFAS chemicals from being approved at the EPA. I was proud to introduce this bill with my colleague and friend Congressman Chris Pappas, who has been tackling this issue head-on in his very first year in Congress. Importantly, our legislation would prevent new PFAS chemicals from being approved through the EPA's pre-manufacture notice system. Since 2002, there have been more than 100 new PFAS chemicals reported to the EPA, and chemical companies are creating replacement or short-chained PFAS chemicals that still show environmental and health toxicity concerns. Enough is enough. We simply do not need more PFAS chemicals being approved by the EPA only to further contaminate our drinking water and our environment. Today's markup includes a number of bills that will protect public drinking water from PFAS exposure, reduce toxic emissions that pollute our air, and equip our communities with the resources they need to clean up contaminated sites. I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation so that we can work together to make our communities and our families safer. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. If anybody from the Republican side, if not, I see Ms. Berrigan. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. I want to just thank the committee and all the members and my colleagues for working on this very critical issue. Day in and day out, I talk to constituents at town halls, and everybody has concerns about clean air and clean water. And so here, making sure this legislation passes is critically important so that everybody has access to clean and safe water. This legislation addresses PFAS contamination in water systems across the entire United States. As the committee knows, PFAS chemicals are linked to an increased risk of cancer, reproductive and immune system harm, liver or thyroid disease, and other health problems. Only a couple of months ago, the Environmental Working Group put out a map which showed that 74 community water systems in California alone have experienced contamination from PFAS chemicals, including my very own district. This package of bills for consideration today on PFAS makes significant progress by categorizing certain PFAS chemicals as a hazardous substance, providing the manufacturer of any new PFAS substances for 5 years, providing funding to states for grants to PFAS-affected water systems, requiring polluters to pay for the damage they caused, and so much more. So thank you to the committee. We're making progress. We have a ways to go, but look forward to supporting this. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Again, on the Republican side, if not, Mr. O'Halloran's recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. Chairman, thank you. Clearly, there is a need for the federal government to get involved in environmental cleanups. I'm very disappointed that as of today, the EPA has not done more to address harmful PFAS contaminations. For instance, the EPA itself could have been doing precisely what this bill tries to address, designating types of PFAS that we know are harmful to the environment as a hazardous substance under the Superfund law. In Arizona, I have been very frustrated with the pace of other legacy cleanups under Superfund, particularly the over 500 abandoned uranium mines I talked about earlier today. I will continue to engage with EPA to hold them accountable for cleanup work they are duly responsible for. This legislation, which includes provisions that were also negotiated in the Senate, will force the EPA to wake up, be more accountable, and get to work. I will caution that it may not be necessary to list all forms of PFAS as hazardous substances. I have heard from several constituents in my district who offer good arguments that we should be careful to distinguish between the different types. I have also heard from many constituents in my district their concern about many more chemicals that are in our environment and need to be dealt with in a more proactive way. I have an open mind on targeting the most harmful forms of PFAS, but I believe we should still move forward today with this legislation and continue to work on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Do we have anybody else? Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Florida, in the city of Ocala, we have the Florida State Fire College. It's where we train the firefighters throughout Florida. And these brave heroes that we're training used a flame retardant that had toxic PFAS and PFAS. The chemicals easily absorbed into their bloodstreams, and folks who were training to be heroes to save our community fell victims themselves. As a result, we see a class action suit, and we see in 2002, manufacturers knew that there were carcinogenic properties to PFAS and PFAS and started to cease producing them, yet it still is in a whole myriad of products, some of which are listed here today in this bill. But it took a particular shock to see that when I brought it up in the subcommittee hearing, that even one of the brothers of our witnesses got cancer based upon the PFAS cancer cluster that happened in Ocala. So we're talking about consumers and the general public, we're talking about families, but we're also talking about protecting our first responders, our heroes who we ask so much from, and that's why I'm proud to support this legislation today.
Thank the gentleman from Florida. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains? If not, will we take amendments or we'll proceed to adopt? All right, we have amendments, so. Do we have someone on the Republican side, Mr. Shimkus?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
How is it labeled? Do we have that? Okay, the clerk will report the Shimkus amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 535 offered by Mr. Shimkus.
Without objection, the reading of the Shimkus amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is not a perfect amendment, and it's definitely not the amendment that I would have written if I could have it my own way. It is, however, a compromise product that stands the best chance of becoming law because it has already received overwhelming support in the Senate, and it is in the National Defense Authorization Act, and our committee should have process on them. First, this amendment requires EPA to come up with a national primary drinking water standard for PFAS within 2 years, with a focus on ensuring regulation of PFOA and PFAS at a minimum. The amendment also creates a process for other PFAS substances to receive more expeditious regulatory treatment under the Safe Drinking Water Act based certain scientific findings. The amendment requires EPA to force drinking water systems to monitor for unregulated PFAS, for which there are validated methods. This means 18 PFAS chemicals will be monitored for during the 5th unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. The amendment prevents enforcement against drinking water systems for the first 5 years of these regulations to allow systems to get up to speed on implementing these rules. The amendment will provide grants to community to address emerging contaminants in drinking water, ensure that the next PFAS will not have to wait for Congress to respond. The amendment requires new reporting on PFAS under the Toxic Release Inventory Program. More well-known PFAS for which there are health questions will be reported, and other PFAS that later show toxicity concerns will be added. Importantly, show future science to show that a certain PFAS does not qualify for reporting, the substance can come off the list. The amendment will require manufacturers and processors of PFAS to submit the health and safety information they have to EPA so EPA can try to better understand how severe the problems of PFAS is to human health. The amendment will require EPA to complete a rule under the Toxic Substances Control Act to place restrictions on new uses of long-chain PFAS. The amendment will require EPA to issue guidance for appropriate destruction and disposal of PFAS, including biosolids, spent filters, landfill leachate, and firefighting foam. Finally, this amendment will require the federal government to work expeditiously with states to enter into binding cooperative agreements concerning cleanup of PFAS. By law, these agreements would require the lower of appropriate federal or state standards. This is real cleanup without litigation or CERCLA. I know there are members on both sides who have worked hard on PFAS issues and we're taking seriously by our committee. If we are serious about making law on this front, this amendment is the right direction to go. The chairman of the Environment Committee and the other body has publicly and privately been adamant that CERCLA or Superfund provisions in underlying amendment will not receive his support and therefore stand little chance of becoming law. This is the package of PFAS efforts that can become law. This is the National Defense Authorization Act PFAS package. They have the bipartisan support, leadership of other bodies, Environment Committee. I believe this amendment represents what the Senate will support that is within our committee's jurisdiction and give us the best path forward to enactment. And let me, with my final minute, again thank the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Tonko. We really did try to get there, but what I learned in this process is we were coming from two different starting points. And the starting point that I was coming from is what can we enact into law now? And so that's why I reverted back to accepting what the Senate had negotiated, that we know it can get included in the NDAA and that it gets signed into law, versus what I fear with Senator Barrasso and his statements not accepting any Superfund designation, that this is a great effort on all of our part, but it will not get over the finish line to be enacted into law. So that's why I offer this amendment, just so that we can have a chance to get something that will be signed into law. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. I recognize myself in opposition to Mr. Shimkus's amendment. A lot of the language in this amendment matches the underlying bill, so I'm just going to focus on the differences. The Shimkus Amendment will not ensure that vulnerable populations, including infants, children, and pregnant women, are protected from PFAS in their drinking water. Of course, we know that PFAS poses serious risks in early development, and so what value is there in setting a national standard for PFAS in drinking water if it doesn't protect infants and children? I have to oppose the amendment just on that point, and I think that should be enough for us to oppose it. But there's also so much of our good work missing from this amendment. Under it, there would be no testing requirements for PFAS. We've heard throughout the process from members and stakeholders that want all decisions on PFAS to be based on exhaustive science. So where is the support for generating that science? Under this amendment, there would be no limits on unsafe incineration of PFAS. The House agreed to limits on unsafe incineration in the NDAA, so it should have been an easy thing to address here. Under this amendment, there would be no guidance for firefighters, no voluntary label for consumers looking to purchase PFAS-free pans, no grants for water systems struggling to remove PFAS, no limits on new PFAS going on the market with no EPA review. And importantly, nothing whatsoever on cleaning up contaminated sites under Superfund. So this amendment, in my opinion, would leave communities and vulnerable populations still in harm's way, and I think we have to do a lot more to protect them from toxic PFAS. So these reasons, I would urge a no vote on the amendment. I'll yield to you, sure.
Yeah, I can just work off yours. We can move this along, maybe.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you yielding. I want to, our work products become law, and this package that Mr. Shimkus is offering has the best chance to make it into law. Moreover, the Senate has insisted the provisions in the amendment and the nature of a substitute will not pass some of these provisions. So what can we make law? We can require EPA to come up with the national primary drinking water standards for PFAS within 2 years, with a focus on ensuring regulation of PFOA and PFAS at a minimum. We can create a process for other PFAS substances to receive more expeditious regulatory treatment under the Safe Drinking Water Act based on certain scientific findings. We can require EPA to force drinking water systems to monitor for unregulated PFAS for which there are validated methods. This means 18 PFAS chemicals will be monitored for during the 5th unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. We can prevent enforcement against drinking water systems for the first 5 years of these regulations to allow systems to get up to speed on implementing these rules. We can provide grants to communities to address emergency contaminants in drinking water, ensure the next PFAS will not have to wait for Congress to respond. We can require new reporting of PFAS under the Toxic Release Inventory Program. More well-known PFAS, for which there are health questions, will be reported, and other PFAS that later show toxicity concerns will be added. Importantly, we can also allow future science that shows that a certain PFAS does not qualify for reporting the substance to come off of this list. We can require manufacturers and processors of PFAS to submit the health and safety information they have to EPA so EPA can try to better understand how severe the problems of PFAS are to human health. We can require EPA to complete a rule under the Toxic Substances Control Act to place restrictions on new uses of long-chain PFAS. We can require EPA to issue guidance for appropriate destruction and disposal of PFAS, including biosolids, spent filters, landfill, leachate, and firefighting foam. We can require the federal government to work expeditiously with states to enter into binding cooperative agreements concerning cleanup of PFAS. By law, these agreements would require the lower of appropriate federal or state standards. This is real cleanup without litigation or CERCLA. Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, this response is not the kind of response I would have written. It has some things in it that make me uncomfortable, and I would have problems voting for them as a standalone item. However, they're part of a deal that involves give and take and answers some of the biggest questions communities are asking about PFAS, such as mandatory DOD cleanup, drinking water standards, community right to know provisions. So if you want to vote for what can become law, here's your chance. I urge your support of the Shimkus Amendment, and I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back. Does anyone? Yes, Mr. McKinley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Congressman Shimkus has come up with is it really is a reasonable first step in this process to address these what are called forever chemicals. And the reason we have some familiarity with it is one occurred in my district in Vienna, West Virginia, back in 3 years ago. There was an advisory put out to lower the level from 400 parts per trillion to 70. And Vienna tested their water and couldn't make it. It wasn't 70. So they shut down their water supply for thousands of people. And for over a month, all they had was bottled water. Now, they finally got it taken care of by putting carbon filters and took care of it and restored the water supply. But it just girded me more, how do we fix this? Are we going to keep jumping from time to time, from issue to issue? Or can we actually get this thing, a corrective measure, passed? So we've listened to the Senate. They've got something over there, it's bipartisan. It's not, it doesn't fix everything. I agree with Pallone on this. It doesn't fix everything, Chairman, but it's further along. It's the reason I support this amendment is that at least it gives some certainty that we can get something passed into law. And right now, we don't have that. This is not, it's very unlikely that the action we take here is ever going to be signed into law. But what they're doing in the Senate has already been passed. We've got something on the NDAA. So I'm asking you to please let's not be stubborn on this. If we really want to get something done, Shimkus has a good idea. Let's work with what's already passed, what's already been worked in a bipartisan fashion in the Senate. I don't want the rest of you to have to deal with this in the future. We've had this problem. I saw what happened. For a month, people had to survive on bottled water. Let's not do this. So I'm imploring you to take another look at this. The representative out of Illinois, he's got a good idea. It matches up with already in the Senate. Let's give serious consideration to it, please. I want finality. Just because you've got the majority, you can vote through, you may do this. But just understand, it's probably never going to see the light of day after that.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
If I might just add, we talked about this earlier today, there is something special about water in Michigan just because of the Great Lakes. We also had a very unfortunate situation a few years ago with Flint, Michigan, lead. And one of the things that we learned from that terrible experience was that there were people that knew about it before federal government took any action, before the state did any action. And when I was chairman of this committee, I listened to Dan Kildee, a really respected member from our state. And yes, we found out that the regional director of EPA knew about Flint 9 months before they fessed up. And you know what? Within a day or two, we passed a bill out of this committee and on the House floor that required the federal government, when they know about something like this, they have to work with the state within 24 hours. And that bill was the first bill that Dan Kildee ever passed in this House. We care about PFAS. Our governor, actually former governor, tested every community in the state of Michigan, regardless of size, and sadly, we found a community in my district right outside of Kalamazoo exceeded the level substantially for PFAS. No one knew what PFAS was 2 or 3 years ago. And we as a delegation worked hard to try and get an amendment in the last Congress, unsuccessfully, that I think would have passed had we been able to do so. And there are elements of what we tried then in the Shimkus substitute. We want to get something done. We don't want to end up with an empty cup of water. We'd rather have half a glass than none of it. This substitute can prevail. The president would likely sign this bill and won't another. The larger bill, which I intend to support, if we end up with that, it isn't going to get through the Senate. We have divided government. This we can take. This can get done. And I applaud Mr. Shimkus and the work that he did and the staff to include a number of elements. As Mr. Walden said, it's not it wouldn't be everything if he was just chairman, but it's a step forward that we can get done. And I would urge my colleagues to support this substitute, knowing that in fact we'll get it done then as part of the NADA bill, and be able to go back to our constituents and say, yes, we did the first step. We can look at doing steps 2, 3, and 4 down the line, but let's at least take this first step and get it adopted. And my time has expired. I yield back.
Chairman, I yield back.
I thought I saw another Republican hand up. Anybody on our side? No? Who's got their hand up? Yes, gentleman recognized.
Strike the last word. I come from a state that has, as some of my colleagues have already indicated, has kind of led the way. We've taken strong steps in this area dealing with PFAS once we found it. Invested significant dollars from state coffers as well. I come from a district that has several communities that have PFAS problems in them that we're attempting to clean up. This is an important step today. The chance to do something, Mr. Chairman, positive for the communities across Michigan and other communities concerning PFAS pollution is coming closer to reality. It really is, if we'll just take that reality. We should not lose the chance to take advantage of this moment. That is why I'm concerned about any efforts to push legislative provisions that cannot become law or will become a distraction from making law. Moreover, I'm concerned about legislation whose remedy overreaches beyond what we know about the problem. This is why I'm supporting the Shimkus amendment on PFAS and will reluctantly vote no on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to my colleague and fellow Michigander, Representative Dingell's bill. We all want a cleaner environment. We all want to protect public health. But we must exercise discretion in how we deploy our limited public and private resources so we have enough of them to go after known risks and not simply suspected ones. The amendment in the nature of a substitute mandates serious legal requirements on an unknown number of persons, towns, and companies without any public input or feedback with or from EPA. It dumps the decades of domestic science and risk policy that underpins all environment and public health protection. The Shimkus amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute requires new drinking water standards, increases monitoring for and reporting of PFAS, has EPA collect information on PFAS to plug the holes in its understanding of PFAS's toxicity effects, and critically requires the federal government and the states to work together to clean up sites contaminated with PFAS. This package makes clear sense to me. Mr. Chairman, I understand the chairman of the Environment Committee in the Senate has been publicly and privately adamant that any CERCLA provisions will not receive his support and therefore stand little chance of becoming law. The Shimkus amendment previews what can become law if we don't get in the way. Pushing for passage of controversial provisions will complicate Congress's ability to make law in this area. Mr. Chairman, I encourage the support for this amendment in nature of a substitute to the amendment in nature of a substitute. And now I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Every single one of us here today has the same thing in common. None of us want to see hazardous chemicals in the products we are exposed to. In the hearings we've had about PFAS, we've all heard about how expansive the class is, as well as a multitude of products and uses for chemicals in that class. We've also heard about how little is understood about the thousands of variants in the chemical class. More can be done about what we know, and we should make efforts to better understand the makeup of the chemical class. But PFAS has been used for a variety of necessary things, such as firefighting foam for aircraft fires. These fires can often occur quickly, burning at temperatures much higher than your typical fire. It's for this reason that firefighting foams were developed and utilized. I understand the concerns with firefighting foams, and I believe we should encourage non-PFAS variants to be developed that are equally as effective. However, until this happens, we need to make sure safety is also a priority. Under current law, firefighting foam with these properties is required for airports to use. Under this proposal, a potential conflict could arise, forcing people to violate one federal statute in order to satisfy another. The transition timeline presents a number of difficulties as well. Finally, I have concerns about how the civilian and DoD aspects of this law will be implemented and overseen. I represent Savannah Hilton Head International Airport, where the civilian airport is serviced by a DoD firefighting crew. I fear that this legislation could create unforeseen consequences that could impact that relationship. That's why I've asked my colleagues to formally address this unique circumstance if we are going to move any legislation touching on PFAS. Thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Does anyone else want to speak on the Shimkus amendment? Mr. Lujan?
Chairman, strike the last word. This will be quick. Look, back in New Mexico, the farm, there's a dairy farm right next to Cannon Air Force Base that is contaminated. Dairy cows, dairy families, they can't drink the water, they can't. We've been asking the Department of Defense to clean this up. By removing CERCLA, I gotta go, what you're asking me to do is to vote in favor of removing CERCLA and go back home and tell those dairy families that we took out the provision that's gonna help you. I think that's why we're talking about this from a comprehensive perspective. We need to make sure that we have the tools in place so that in these rural parts of America that have been contaminated because of that foam, let's listen to them too. I'm open to any ideas that you all have on how we can compel the Department of Defense to clean up the mess that they created with those dairy farmers, and we're looking for help. So thank you. With that, I yield
Would the
back.
gentleman yield? It's in this amendment. This is the Upton language that got part in the NDAA, so that's covered.
Yeah, I would just say, I was going to ask the gentleman, I think it is covered under this, because what we tried to do in the last Congress, and this, again, looks at Southwest Michigan, we have a military base, and yes, it's an air base, and they have high levels of PFAS. And so what Dan Kildee and I think most of our Michigan delegation tried to do in the last Congress was to get an amendment on the defense authorization bill that would require defense installations to clean up when they knew that you'd have a high incidence. And that was what we tried to get offered as an amendment to last Congress bill, and the Rules Committee denied us the ability to offer the amendment. But that language is now included in the Shimkus substitute, which I believe would cover, because it was it not a defense installation that?
Well, and Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my
your
time.
time,
The
yeah.
problem is that that language is something I also support, which is for drinking water. The reason CERCLA is required is because this is agricultural water. So now that contaminant has got into the agricultural water that the cows are drinking, I mean, what is milk made out of? The Department of Defense will say because it's agricultural water, they're not compelled to clean it up, which is why you need CERCLA. So we need both CERCLA and the language that I support that you got into NDAA. We proudly support that as well. So Mr. Shimkus includes underlying language, but removing CERCLA with that agricultural provision is the problem.
Would the gentleman yield just for a second?
I would.
The problem is that Barrasso is not going to bring this up with Superfund in the language. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but that's what we know. So we're trying to get something rather than nothing, and I understand that, and I think my colleagues said there are other times that get bites of the apple, but if we want it done, we think this is the only pathway.
If the gentleman yield further, it's our understanding with our counsel that this would be covered, because on page, so this was the bill, on page 31, I'm going to read a long sentence. Request by the governor or chief executive of a state, a federal department or agency shall work expeditiously to finalize a cooperative agreement to amend an existing cooperative agreement to address testing, monitoring, removal, remedial actions to address contamination or suspected contamination of drinking water, surface water, or groundwater, or land surface or subsurface strata from a perfluorinated compound originating from a federal facility. So I think
So it's
this would be
for
covered.
human, and so, Mr. Chairman, claiming my time, what we've been told is that as long as it's pointed to human consumption, but what the Department of Defense refuses to accept the definition that you just laid out, to accept milk as human consumption. They're saying the cows are drinking the water before people drink the water, so that way they don't have
We
to
can
clean it up.
certainly clarify that in the debate on the House floor, that it is our intent that and in report language, that it would cover your facility based on the
I'd
language
be
that we
happy to
have
work
here.
with everyone as we're working
Which
through
is why
this.
you should support this, because you can get it done if this thing passes.
It's not clarified in this one yet, Mr. Chairman. I'm open to working with you all as we get through this, but thank you.
Gentleman yield.
Yield to Mr. McNerney.
I sympathize with the arguments, and we were making these kind of arguments when we were in the minority, but the problem is, suppose we agreed to this, it got passed into law, then there'd be no chance that our priorities would be considered. I mean, we'd lose an opportunity that we have, and so we have to hold a hard line on this. So I yield back to Mr. Lujan.
Touchdown, we score, we win.
All right. Does anyone else? Yeah.
Right?
The gentlewoman from Washington, we watched you on the floor with National Bible Week, but you're back.
All right, very good. Well, I'm pleased to know that. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, yes, I've missed most of the discussion here, but I just want to speak in support of this language because it's very important that we do take action. And this amendment reflects a bipartisan agreement reached in the Senate during their NDAA negotiations. I represent an area that is being impacted by higher levels of PFAS. In 2017, testing of a water system in Airway Heights revealed these higher levels than the EPA health advisory levels say are safe. And it's related to activity around Fairchild Air Force Base caused by firefighting foam that's been used. Since discovering the contamination, the base has worked closely with Airway Heights, a local community, on purifying, mitigating the effects of the chemicals on water supply, which were declared it was declared safe to drink after swift action to flush and filter the contaminated water. However, there's more work that needs to be done to ensure the continued safety. I believe that this amendment is so important because it would direct the EPA to issue guidance on the use of firefighting foam, facilitate cleanups of contaminated federal facilities, and authorize a grant program for communities like Airway Heights affected by emerging contaminants such as PFAS. All of these provisions would have a direct positive impact on communities such as the one I represent. As written, the underlying bill would significantly harm innovation and R&D in critical industries across our economy, including healthcare and aerospace. This amendment would avoid these issues and has a real chance of being signed into law, which would go a long way towards helping us in Eastern Washington. So I support this amendment and yield back my time.
Thank you. Anyone else? You have your hand up, Mr. Soto? No. You haven't spoken yet? Neither of you have? All right, Mr. Soto, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since when did we surrender to the U.S. Senate here in the United States House of Representatives? You know, we're a co-equal chamber. We're allowed to have our own ideas, especially when the Senate is wrong and has a worse bill than us that will leave cancer clusters and a serious public health issue across this nation. So I, for one, think that it's worth it to negotiate. It's worth it to put forward a bill that does this right than to just give up.
Thank you. Any Republican? If not, we're going to go to Ms. Dingell, who's recognized.
I was going to make the same point. I know all of my esteemed, distinguished colleagues and how powerful they are when they say something has to happen. It's not like them to surrender. So I would say to you, if you know this is only a baby step, and we need this vehicle, we've got one that's going to move, I would urge you not to compromise, not to take something less than what our communities need. You know, and when you're talking about all of this, the defense, how are you taking on the Defense Department that says we don't have to clean it up because it's not a toxic chemical, because it's not listed under CERCLA or a Superfund site? How are you going to deal with the polluter pays? That's critical to all of these issues. Right now, it's the taxpayer, it's the water systems. How are we going to make the polluters pay? I think it's a mistake to not do what every community, they're not Democrats or the Republicans, they're communities that are poisoned by this chemical, and I'd urge you to know how strong you are, that when united you make a statement to the Senate, they won't ignore you. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else? All right, we're on the Shimkus amendment. Voice vote?
I'd like a recorded vote, Mr.
Recorded
Chairman.
vote, okay. All right, a recorded vote has been requested, so ordered. Those in favor of the Shimkus amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett, no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, no. Mr. Kowski. Mr. Kowski votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Dingell? No. Mrs. Dingell, no. Mr. Vesey? No. Mr. Vesey, no. Ms. Custer? No. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly, no. Ms. Berrigan? Ms. Berrigan, no. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto, no. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran, no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis, aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Long, aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores? Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks, aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giaforte? Mr. Giaforte, aye. Mr. Pallone?
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Anyone who missed and wants to vote? Mr. Schrader? Votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes?
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Anyone else who's still not recorded who wants to be? We're done? Okay. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 21 and the nays were 29.
So the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Do you had a point of order, Mr. Shimkus?
I'd like to withdraw my point of order, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. And we have no further amendments, so we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And the gentleman wants a recorded vote. No, voice on this. Oh, voice? Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 535 will signify by saying aye. All, that was kind of weak. All those opposed will signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 535 is agreed to. All right. Now we're going to go to final passage, right? You want to record a vote on that? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 535 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk will call the roll on final passage.
Mr. Rush? Aye. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo? It says she votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Gett? Mr. Gett, aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor, aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack, aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader, aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell, aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey, aye. Ms. Custer? Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly, aye. Ms. Berrigan? Ms. Berrigan, aye. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto, aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran, aye. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, no. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers, no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie, no. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, no. Mr. McKinley? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it. Yes. Mr. Kinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis, no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Long? Mr. Long, no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon, no. Mr. Flores? Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks, no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Duncan? No. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Giaforte? Mr. Giaforte, no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Anyone who's not recorded? Mr. Peters? Mr. Johnson's
Not recorded.
Mr. Johnson is a no.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters is
Mr.
an
Peters
aye.
votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and seeks to be? All right, we're done. Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, final passage on H.R. 535, the yeas were 31, the nays were 19.
So the ayes have it, and H.R. 535 as amended is reported to the full House. We are going to finish tonight. My understanding is that we'll have no more recorded votes. Is that accurate, or you want to represent that or not?
I think that's right.
All right. So we'd love to have you stay, but we just want you to know that we don't expect any more recorded votes, okay? Next bill that's up.
You want to take the chair?
All right, this next bill deals with helping Medicaid offer maternity services, or the MOMS Act. And the chair calls up H.R. 4996. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4996, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to provide for a
Without
state
objection, the
option.
first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Anyone want to speak on this? If not, we're going to go to, you want to speak on it, Dr. Bouchon? No? You have an amendment? Who wants to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Well, I guess we should start with Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. More than anything else, I want to call out the individuals, the members that work so hard on 4996. Representative Kelly, Burgess, Underwood, Rogers, Presley, and Carter for introducing the Helping Medicaid Offer Maternity Services Act. It is bipartisan, and it's going to make it easier for states to expand Medicaid or CHIP coverage for 1 year postpartum. This is a major, major step to address the challenge that we have in our country that is so shameful. And that is that the United States of America is not the top place in the world to give birth to a child. Shame on us. But we're working to address it. And so while the uninsured rate among postpartum women has decreased, essentially because of the Affordable Care Act, many women still lose Medicaid coverage 2 months after delivering their child. In Texas, Georgia, and Oklahoma, I don't think the committee's in order, Mr. Chairman. I can hardly hear myself, but I guess they don't want to hear me.
I think that's because I encouraged everybody to leave. But please, let's be attentive to the speaker.
I know that everyone is tired, but I think that this is I think that we should celebrate this moment because this is really important legislation. In Texas, Georgia, Oklahoma, 20% of new mothers are uninsured. The lack of coverage keeps them from receiving needed care, and we know what path that takes people down in life. So this bill makes it easier for states to expand coverage by removing administrative red tape and by offering a small financial incentive to states to expand postpartum care. I think we should go further and make postpartum coverage a mandatory benefit in the Medicaid program, but I'm happy that today we're going to take this step to make it an easy option for states. I guess we all know around here no one gets everything that they want. So we do it, we take, hopefully, big steps at a time, and this one, I believe, is an important one. So bravo to all of the members that worked on this. Proud that the Health Subcommittee brought it forward, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. Oh, certainly. I'd be happy to yield my remaining time to you.
Thank you. I, too, want to give special thanks to our colleagues, Congresswomen Kelly and Presley, Underwood, who have been such champions, as well as Congressmen Burgess, Carter, and Congresswoman Rogers. Illinois is one of the most extreme pregnancy-related death disparity states in the nation. According to data from the Department of Public Health, Black women in Illinois are 6 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related conditions as white women. Totally unacceptable. And as Ms. Shalonda Irving, who shared her daughter's devastating story with us during our hearing here in this committee in May, she said, this disparity, quote, has to do with the appalling way Black women are or are not attended to or listened to, unquote. Extending Medicare coverage for postpartum care from 60 days to 1 year postpartum is an essential step in our fight. And though that will take us a certain distance, we have to continue to pay close attention to this issue. There are still many things that we need to do, but this is such an important first step. So I thank everyone who's become a co-sponsor and is working on this, and I yield back to
The gentlewoman.
Ms. Eshoo.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. Burgess was next and recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I do want to point out that the Health Subcommittee, and indeed this committee, has a history of addressing this problem, recognizing this problem, addressing this problem, and working on solutions. Last year, in the last Congress, H.R. 13, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Act, signed into law in December, the first bill that I've ever seen in my tenure in Congress dealing with this issue as a standalone bill. And I think that was a big deal that this committee ought to acknowledge. And now this bill continues in that direction to enable the growth of maternal mortality review committees at the state level and provide more robust data. The hearing that we had in September, we heard from Dr. David Nelson of Parkland Hospital. Parkland Hospital is an inner-city hospital, deals with a population that is largely minority, certainly Medicaid and uninsured, predominant their payer mix, and yet they have excellent statistics. So the good news is that there can be a way forward. But Dr. Nelson also pointed out that the time care before birth and during birth is important. The care after birth is also important. And this bill allows states to make use of an option to extend Medicaid coverage for new mothers for that very important first year after delivery. So given that more than 40% of the births in the United States of America are covered by Medicaid, this legislation holds the potential to protect that investment that this country is making in paying for that care and to make a real difference for American mothers. I do want to reiterate the point I made when this bill passed out of the subcommittee, that we do need to have it paid for prior to consideration by the full House. And Mr. Chairman, I hope I can count on you to honor that commitment. But certainly I appreciate the consideration of the Helping Moms Act, and I urge members to support this legislation. I'd like to yield to Dr. Bouchon.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. In Indiana, the data is not good. As a physician, when I first saw the statistics, honestly, I was shocked and unaware of how big of a problem this is, not only in Indiana, but in our country. We can do better. I support this legislation as a step in the right direction, and I look forward to doing more. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. Does the gentleman from Georgia?
Yes.
Please, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I already made a statement at our subcommittee markup, but I just want to once again reiterate how proud I am to be one of the original co-sponsors leading on this bill to significantly improve maternal health care. Maternal mortality is a critical problem in Georgia, and finding ways to keep our mothers healthy has become an important priority for me. Over the last year, I've held a number of roundtables in communities across my district to meet with experts and care providers. It has become clear how valuable postpartum care is to keeping mothers and their babies healthy. We have heard the call from our researchers and care providers that 60 days of postpartum care is simply not enough. And today we address that problem by giving states the opportunity to offer postpartum health coverage for 1 year after birth. There is still no silver bullet solution to our maternal mortality, but I do believe this is one of the single most impact policy changes we can make to improve health outcomes for moms across the country. I can't think of many better investments to make than in the health and well-being of mothers and their babies. So I'd like to thank Representative Kelly, my fellow original sponsors, and committee leadership on both sides of the aisle. Improving maternal health is something I think we all are committed to, and I'm glad to see the Energy and Commerce continuing to lead the way on this important bipartisan issue. I also want to take this time to mention another bill addressing maternal health that I have been working on with Representative Catherine Clark. Congressman Clark and myself introduced the Babies Act today that would build on a previous CMS demo program to better utilize birth centers to fill gaps in care. So today I encourage all of my colleagues to support the much-needed Healthy Moms Act, and I look forward to continuing to work with you all on this important subject moving forward. I thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Thanks, gentlemen, for yielding back. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on the underlying bill? All right, we'll go to amendments. Mr. Kennedy, you have one? How is your amendment labeled? Do you have it? Okay. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment to H.R. 4996, offered by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts.
Without objection, the reading of the Kennedy Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you and your staff for their willingness to work with us on this amendment up until the last minute. I greatly appreciate it. I also want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Kelly, who's been recognized a number of times, but deservedly so, for her leadership in addressing maternal mortality crisis across this country and its disparate impact on women of color. She's been a trailblazer, and I'm proud to co-sponsor the Mamas Act, which is a comprehensive approach at addressing this crisis. Clinical guidelines now recommend that postpartum care be continuous rather than a single encounter 6 weeks postpartum. Experts and providers tell us that women should be seen within the first few weeks after delivery. And recognizing that stigmas clouding both maternal and mental health have too often been denied to new mothers and denying them access to critical care. We now know that these visits should include a full assessment of mood and emotional well-being, including screenings for behavioral health conditions which are common but often ignored. We need to do a better job adhering to these guidelines, listening to providers, hearing mothers, and assessing current and postpartum bundles to assure that new moms are thriving. Given these guidelines, my amendment requires Medicaid and CHIP Payment and Access Commission to review the bundled payment structure to ensure that women are getting the care that is right for them when they need it. We need to assess the best way to provide a quality, holistic care, and we need to be constantly reevaluating how we can best care for women to reduce the maternal mortality rate. Simply, we need to do better for America's moms, and we need to do better now, not tomorrow. I also want to take a quick second and recognize the extraordinary work that was put forth by the bill passed yesterday, in particular the support for perinatal quality collaboratives, which have been so instrumental at addressing some of the crises that we do see locally and coming up with local solutions to tailor the crisis on the ground. Grateful for the leadership of this committee, as Dr. Burgess recognized earlier in a bipartisan fashion, and would ask all my colleagues to consider the amendment. Thanks very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on the Kennedy Amendment? All right, if not, we're going to proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the legislation? Hearing none. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4996 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4996 as amended will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4996 as amended is reported to the House. All right, next is broadband mapping. The chair calls up H.R. 4229, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 4229, a bill to require the Federal
Without
Communications
objection, the
Commission.
first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Anyone want to talk about the underlying bill? Yes. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and thank you, Chairman Doyle and ranking members Walden and Latta and Chairman Pallone for all the work on this. I'm very proud of the thoughtful and bipartisan work by stakeholders and many of the members of this committee to bring this bill, the Broadband Data Act, to full committee markup today. I've had tremendous support from Chairman Doyle and Chairman Pallone and their staff, and ranking members Latta and Walden and with their staff, as well as Representatives McEachin and Billy Long. I also congratulate Rep. McEachin and Long on their bill, the MAPS Act, which will also be very important in getting better broadband maps. Additionally, I want to extend my thanks to Representatives O'Halloran, Bilirakis, Lujan, and Wahlberg for their amendment to my bill at the subcommittee markup, which improved the challenge process in the Broadband Data Act so that we can make sure that when consumers see bad data, they can do something about it. And further, I'd like to thank Representative Eshoo for her amendment today, which will, I believe, be offered soon, that will ensure the bill includes strong privacy protections. And finally, I want to thank personally my staff person, Scott, over here, because he's done such a fantastic job on this throughout. Throughout my time on the committee, I have worked, that is finally for the thanks anyway. Throughout my time on the committee, I've worked to bring the voice of rural America to this committee. Many of you have heard me talk about that over and over again. And that has been especially true when it comes to broadband, as many of my friends on this committee who represent rural areas know, there is often a difficult business case for building out in our districts, and that makes it difficult to provide broadband because there isn't the business case there for it. And sometimes, as I've seen in my district, the companies that do want to serve rural America have been hindered by bad maps from the FCC, which misstate broadband coverage data. As I've often called it, garbage in, garbage out. We've seen this for fixed broadband infrastructure, and we've seen this in the mobile space as well. And I'm proud that the Broadband Data Act will finally get the data right by, one, requiring the FCC to establish a process to ensure we're getting better and more accurate data about where broadband is and isn't. Two, ensuring that individuals, third parties, and local and tribal governments have a voice in challenging bad data when they see claims of service where there isn't service. Three, back up good policy with an authorization for funding, very important. And fourth, make sure this bill has good provisions for consumers, like requiring the FCC to measure quality of service metrics and maintain strong transparency over the FCC. So in closing, I thank my colleagues, in particular Representative Latta from Ohio, for working on this with me. I really do appreciate that, as you know, Bob, so much. And I urge you to support my bill so we can finally fix the maps. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
He wants the ranking member, are you going to your own time? All right.
Did you
Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
I just want to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank my colleague from Iowa. I know he's been very involved in this for years. We've worked together on a lot of these rural broadband issues. Thanks for your leadership and your staff's leadership as well on this and our team. And a good bill should pass. Yield back.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, on the underlying bill, Mr. Latta.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank my good friend from Iowa for working with me on this legislation. We've had a lot of discussions on this. We've worked together on these issues for a good number of years, and I'm pleased to see the focus our committee has placed on the mapping issue. With the investment of new federal funds on the horizon, it's important that we get the maps right to ensure that they can be used effectively for funding programs proposed at the FCC and at the other federal agencies. I also look forward to continuing our work with our friends across the aisle on further opportunities to promote broadband deployment in our rural communities in a fiscally responsible manner. And I know that we've talked about these issues for a good number of years, but we also know that when you look at our people in our rural areas, it's not only from our kids that have to a lot of times go to fast food restaurants to be able to do their homework. They're given laptop computers, but they can't use them at home. We want to make sure that our farmers are out there, that they can have the opportunities. We want to make sure our small businesses and our small community hospitals have help. So I want to thank our staff, on both sides, our minority and majority staffs, for all the hard work they've done on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Anyone else on the underlying bill? If Mr. O'Halloran is recognized.
Strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Broadband Data Act is a testament to what...
It's on, Tom.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again. The Broadband Data Act is a testament to what we are able to achieve when we work on a bipartisan basis. Comprehensive broadband mapping legislation is sorely needed in rural America, which has been left on the back burner for far too long. While the digital divide increased, communities in my district and most of rural America continue to lack access to quality broadband. I'm thrilled to see this legislation before us today. I want to thank the sponsors. Mr. Lobsack, you did a lot of hard work on this, really appreciate it, and everybody else that worked on it. And I look forward to seeing it sent to the House floor and reconciled with the Senate. This legislation has my full support, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and underlying bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on the underlying bill? If not, we move to the Chairwoman Eshoo for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and it's labeled SU 049.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4229, offered by Ms. Eshoo of California.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the Chairwoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. First, Mr. Chairman, I want to do a real great shout out to our colleague, Mr. Lobsack, and to Mr. Latta for the work that they've done. This is really solid, good work. And this issue of broadband maps has finally been brought to a head. And we've all had it across Republican and Democratic administrations where we have absolutely no roadmap whatsoever relative to broadband in our country. So this is a significant moment. And to all the members of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee who've shown real leadership on this, including the chairman, our pal, Mr. Doyle. This legislation, I think, is necessary because it's a step to close the digital divide in our country. We need accurate maps in order to know where we're going, in order to know what we have and what we need to add. And it isn't any simpler than that, but it's as profound as that. Now, the amendment I'm offering ensures that the privacy of Americans is protected as we develop improved broadband maps. An important provision of the underlying bill allows the FCC to contract out the development of what's called the National, quote, Fabric, which is a database of all buildings and structures that could be serviced by broadband. To develop the fabric, the contractor will collect and process millions of property records about every home, every business, and every community institution in our country. It's really a whopping job. These records often include private, personally identifiable data about property owners and information about the property itself, including property values. I'm concerned that without the legislation, that without this, express prohibition, any contractor could face business pressures to sell the vast amounts of data it collects to marketers and others. This has become a very common practice in our country. It's a real moneymaker, effectively making the contractor a data broker. And I don't think we need more data brokers. We need to ensure that any company using money authorized by Congress uses the information it gathers only for the benefit of the American people in the ways that we specifically authorize. That's why this amendment simply requires the FCC to prohibit the company developing the national fabric from selling the data they collect. That's what the amendment is. And of course, there are beneficial uses of the data that's collected beyond the development of maps. For example, researchers, academics, public interest groups may use the data to understand broadband adoption for various demographic groups. That's why the language in my amendment specifically prohibits, quote, selling, leasing, or otherwise disclosing for monetary consideration so that the data can still be used by researchers. So I think this is a solid amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it And again, bravo to the chairman of the subcommittee, all the members, and specifically for Mr. Loebsack and Mr. Latta for your wonderful leadership on this. Bravo to you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else on the issue amendment? Proceed to a vote.
Can I just ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Schools, Health, and Libraries Broadband Coalition about the importance of broadband mapping for community anchor institutions such as schools, hospitals, libraries in the mapping effort that this bill authorizes?
Without objection, so ordered. If there's no further debate, we'll proceed to a vote on the issue amendment. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the issue amendment is agreed to. Do we have any further amendment on this broadband mapping legislation? No. We're going to go to a final vote. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4229 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 229 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 229 as amended is reported to the House. And what's the topic of this? All right, next is the MAPS Act. And that's H.R. 4227. Chair calls up the H.R. 4227, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4227, a bill to prohibit the submission to the Federal Communications
Without
Commission.
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is not considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Anyone who wants to speak on it? If not, we'll go to amendments. Okay. Are there any members who seek recognition to offer an amendment? I don't think so. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4227 as one without amendments. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4227 to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4227 to the House will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4227 is reported to the full House. Next. What is this? The SHARE Act? The SHARE Act? What's the topic of that? Airwave resources from the telecom bill. Committee. All right. The chair calls up H.R. 5000 or 5000. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5000, a bill to amend the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Organization
Without objection,
Act.
the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and H.R. 5000 is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Anyone want to speak on it? You don't? You want to offer an amendment? Okay, we're okay with, you want to speak?
I just want to say it's a good bill and we should vote for it.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Latta, you want to say something?
Well, since the chairman spoke briefly, I'll do the same thing. I want to, first of all, thank the gentleman for the hard work that we've got on this legislation. It's going to be, it's very, very good for what we need to be able to do to get more resources out there on spectrum. And so I appreciate the work that the committee's done on this and urge passage of the legislation.
I thank both of you, and I believe Mr. Peters has an amendment. Gentleman's amendment is labeled what? You have it?
I have it, Mr.
All right. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5000, offered by Mr. Peters.
Without objection, the reading of the Peters amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I appreciate you bringing this bill, the SHARE Act, for a vote before the committee today, which, as you know, creates a program to assess how federal agencies may be able to share spectrum and prototype new technologies. I would like to offer a bipartisan amendment to strengthen the bill by expanding the scope of the program to include 2 advanced technologies, look before talk and synchronization. Both of these advanced wireless sharing technologies can help ensure the greatest efficiency in spectrum uses. Including these technologies is important for communities like mine in San Diego, where we are working to be on the cusp of technology innovation, as well as supporting thousands of San Diegans who work in the high-tech and telecommunications industry. I appreciate my Republican co-sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Wahlberg, for his support, and I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Does Mr. Wahlberg want to speak? Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I would like to speak in support of this amendment. This amendment would add look before talk and synchronization as covered technologies to be considered by NTIA. Look before talk is when a wireless node sharing spectrum with another node can determine the direction of the other nodes it is sharing with before it operates. This technique ensures that no two nodes sharing spectrum while operating in the same space will interfere with one another. Synchronization allows for the optimization of spectrum by syncing clocks used by different wireless nodes sharing spectrum. Adding these important technologies to be considered by NTIA will help provide greater efficiencies in sharing spectrum. I appreciate Mr. Peters offering this amendment and glad to be supportive of it. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anybody else want to speak on the Peters amendment? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the Peters amendment will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Peters amendment is agreed to. Do we have any further amendments? Don't think so. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5000 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5000 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5000 as amended is reported to the full House. Now, the next bill we have is H.R. 4998. This deals with Huawei, right? Yes. This deals with secure and trusted communications networks. Chair calls up H.R. 4998. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4998, a bill to prohibit certain federal loans, grants, and subsidies.
Without objection,
from
the
being-
first reading of the bill would be dispensed with.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We still have to say that the bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize the ranking member for the manager's amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4998, offered by Mr. Walden of Oregon and Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
Without objection, the reading of the Walden amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
As you know, Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment we are doing together. It's a technical change in the underlying bill, and I want to thank you for working with me on this bipartisan legislation, as well as Representatives Guthrie and Matsui for their leadership on this measure as well. This bill demonstrates the ability of Congress to come together on important issues like those affecting U.S. national security through our communications networks. Today's action shows that the Energy and Commerce Committee can step up to the plate and get this work done. As I stated in the subcommittee markup, it's clear that Congress has set the expectation that going forward, people need to be paying attention to the security of their networks, and we're going to help by giving them the tools they need, Mr. Chairman. This extends the FCC, where we will be doing everything within our control as the federal government to prohibit the use of the universal service funding for vulnerable equipment. This legislation we have before us today also gives the Federal Communications Commission the ability to implement a program modeled off the so far successful Broadcast Spectrum Incentive Auction REPAC program to reimburse carriers for costs to replace network components and secure their equipment. I am confident that the FCC's great work, from the chairman all the way through the Bureau staff, will make sure this reimbursement programs run in an efficient manner. My amendment to the bill will ensure the FCC's administrative costs are capped at a reasonable level to make sure the money authorized actually goes to the carriers to replace the equipment. While national security necessitates this program be carried out expeditiously, we must make sure to do so in a fiscally responsible manner that maximizes benefits to impacted providers. While today represents a big step forward, we will continue to monitor the situation because our work in this space is never done. While some countries have clearly taken a different path in their domestic networks, we do need to take a hard look at how we can leverage our market incentives to better align with our national and economic interests and our national security. I think the government can play a role in this endeavor, and we should continue to examine these options as we continue our important oversight over safeguarding our communications networks. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to you if you want to speak on this amendment.
First of all, let me thank the ranking member and also the subcommittee vice chair Matsui and Representative Guthrie for partnering with us to introduce the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. Our legislation will prohibit the spending of federal dollars from FCC programs on suspect communications equipment and services that undermine national security. It also establishes a $1 billion reimbursement program to help small carriers remove compromised equipment and replace it with more secure and reliable alternatives. The increasingly globalized supply chain for telecommunications equipment presents new security challenges for the U.S. For almost a decade, some foreign nations have sought to infiltrate the global supply chain for communications equipment. For instance, a 2012 report from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence found that China has the means, opportunity, and motive to use its telecommunications companies for malicious purposes. And just last year, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission found that China has invested significant state capital and influence in efforts to insert state-owned enterprises in the U.S. telecommunications supply chain. Those companies, namely Huawei and ZTE, account for roughly 30% of the global market for this equipment. And although the larger American carriers have avoided purchasing and installing Chinese equipment in their networks, many of the smaller and more rural providers built their networks using Huawei or ZTE equipment because it was cheaper. Today, we can say with more certainty that the existence of this equipment in American networks is a threat to the critical infrastructure components that run on these networks. And that's why it's in the national interest to help smaller and rural carriers remove suspect equipment from our networks. Earlier this week, the Commerce Department extended the temporary general license on firms like Huawei for 90 days. This action delays sanctions so that carriers using Huawei equipment can continue to perform general maintenance, like patches and software updates that are vital for network security. But like it or not, this equipment is in our networks today. Our networks need to stay functionally, and they have to keep functional, and keep critical services online until providers get the resources necessary to replace this suspect equipment. And that's why we have to move quickly to pass this legislation with the House and Senate and get into signed into law by the President as quickly as possible. So I urge my colleagues to support the Walden-Pallone amendment, the underlying bill, and I yield back unless somebody wants my time, which oh yes. The gentlewoman from Washington. Oh, it's not my time. You're going to get your own. Okay. All right, so we now move to the gentlewoman from Washington, recognized for 5 minutes. You yield to? No? All right, you just want to go. Okay, no further debate. We'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the Walden-Pallone amendment will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chairs, the amendment, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We have no further amendment. The questions now occur on favorably reporting H.R. 4998 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4998 as amended will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4998 as amended is reported to the House. What's next? Network security information sharing. Okay. The chair calls up H.R. 4461, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4461, a bill
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there, I don't think anybody wants to speak. Are there any amendments? No? Okay. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4461 to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4461 to the House will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4461 is reported to the House. What's next? Secure 5G and Beyond Act. Chair calls up H.R. 2881. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2881, a bill to
Without objection, the
require-
first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Any amendments? You have one? No? All right. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 2881 to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 2881 to the House will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 2881 is reported to the full House. What else you got? Next is the Promoting U.S. Wireless Leadership. Chair calls up H.R. 4500. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4500, a bill to direct the Assistant
Without
Secretary
objection,
for
the first reading
Communications.
of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Anybody have an amendment? You do? Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
You have it? The clerk
sir.
will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for H.R. 4500, offered by Mr. Johnson
Without
of
objection,
Ohio.
Mr. Johnson's amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman, and open to amendment. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to share my support for this bipartisan bill introduced by my colleagues and the co-chairs of the 5G caucus, Mr. Wahlberg, Ms. Dingell, and Ms. Brooks. The importance of American leadership in 5G network development and deployment, including in communication standard-setting bodies, cannot be overstated. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is straightforward and offers a minor correction to reduce an unintended administrative burden on NTIA. Currently, the bill requires NTIA to alternatively state that a company or relevant stakeholder is trusted and presumes those who are not determined to be trusted to be untrusted. In addition to adding a considerable administrative burden to NTIA, this provision would also make it harder for technologists and smaller companies to participate in standard-setting bodies, which runs counter to the goals of the bill. Instead, my amendment flips that presumption to instead presume trustworthiness of companies or relevant stakeholders unless NTIA makes a specific determination that such company or stakeholder is a national security risk. Doing so would relieve NTIA of the administrative burden of determining the trustworthiness of all companies or stakeholders wishing to participate in standard-setting bodies, while still requiring the identification of those that are a security risk and should not be allowed to participate. So I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and with that, I yield back.
We're on the Johnson amendment. Does anyone else want to speak on it? If not, we'll proceed to a vote on the Johnson amendment. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Johnson amendment is agreed to. Don't think we have any further amendments, do we? All right. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4500 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4500 as amended will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4500 as amended is reported to the House. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mike. Happy Thanksgiving. You too. Next is a House resolution expressing the sense of the House that all stakeholders in deployment of 5G infrastructure adhere to the Prague proposals? Okay. Chair calls up H.Res. 475. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.Res. 575.
Without objection, the reading of the bill will be dispensed with. It's now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Any amendments? No? Okay. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.Res. 575 to the House. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. H.Res. 575 is reported to the House. Next is Brand USA. Chair calls up H.R. 3851. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3851.
Without
bill
objection,
to
the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered read. Open for amendment. Any amendments to Brand USA? No. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 3851 to the House. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. H.R. 3851 is reported to the full House. Next, SAFEWEB Act. Chair calls up H.R. 4779. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4779, a bill to
Without
extend
objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Don't think we have any. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 4779 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting to the House, this to the House will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 4799 is reported to the full House. What's this? Or what is it?
We couldn't do this first.
What's the bill?
Read it.
All right, the chair calls up H.R. 3432. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3432, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to improve the safety of the nation's natural gas and hazardous liquid pipeline systems and for other purposes.
All right. So without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Do we have any amendments to this? Okay. I'm going to recognize myself to offer an amendment of the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of H.R. blank as amended and reported by the committee yesterday. So this is the amendment is labeled Ains 01. This is just technical. It's the pipeline safety bill. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Pallone to H.R. blank.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And without objection, the amendment is adopted. And I ask unanimous consent that H.R. 3432 as amended be ordered reported to the House. All we're doing is changing the title, right? Okay. We're just changing the number because it was blank.
Just giving you a number.
Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, H.R. 3432 as amended is reported to the House. And so ordered, H.R. 3432 as amended is reported to the House. We just changed we just put a number in, that's all. I was for it, so I didn't. You were for it? Okay. All right, so now I ask unanimous consent to enter the following letters into the record. Letter from 2020 Mom in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists et al. In support of H.R. 4995 and H.R. 4996. Letter from Advocate Aurora Health in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from America's Health Insurance Plans in support of H.R. 4996. Letter of support from Black Mamas Matter Alliance in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from Every Mother Counts in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from March for Moms in support of H.R. 4995 and H.R. 4996. Letter from March of Dimes in support of H.R. 2339, H.R. 4995, and H.R. 4996. Letter from Common Sense Childbirth in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from Shades of Blue Project in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from Women Heart in support of H.R. 4996. Letter from Maternal Mental Health Leadership Alliance et al. In support of H.R. 4995 and H.R. 4996. Letter from the RV Industry Coalition in support of H.R. 5035. Letter from the Natural Resources Defense Council in support of H.R. 5120. Letter from the Environmental Defense Fund in support of H.R. 5120. Letter from the International Association of Fire Chiefs in support of H.R. 5120. coalition letter in support of a bipartisan reauthorization of federal pipeline safety laws, coalition letter regarding H.R. 535, letter for record, letter for, what? Oh, these are a series of letters in support of the Pipeline Safety Act from, in number 1, the NRDC, number 2, the Environmental Defense Fund, number 3, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, number 4, the coalition of 7 pipeline industry associations, including AFPM, AOPL, AGA, GPA, API, APGA, and INCAA. Mr. Welch has a letter too. So in each case, ask unanimous consent to enter those into the record without objection, so ordered. I know. And without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bills consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. That's it. Where's the go? Committee stands adjourned. Thank you, everyone.